Yeah.
They're all like, what? You doesn't do that. Why not?
Good
morning, Todd. Can you hear me?
Everywhere.
Yes, can you hear me?
Brought that to the tribe and they hate issues all
Yeah,
that. They hate the economic development director or in there for 30 years. They hate it. So he brings it in and he's like, hey, this is the
This is
data.
Todd. Can you hear me?
There you go. Yeah, talk a little louder for us, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Keep going, test, test, test.
Good morning. On the reservation.
Todd, can you hear me? Okay.
All computers.
Yeah, it still seems, I think once we are all focused on the meeting, and it should be fine. Right now, the audio is going through the owl.
Yep, good.
Should I test it and have it go through the sound system?
They wait on the electricity.
You mean from your computer?
Yeah, so let me just do a little test. I'm gonna have you keep talking while I go to speaker here. Okay, there it goes. Go ahead and talk for us.
Okay, this is Todd Jackson giving you a test.
Right, go. Yeah, there we go. It's kind of like Evan Almighty or. Ongoing, and we're not recording, so we're good. Not yet.
Okay. Camera looks good. Looks like everything's working good.
It's not letting me turn the volume down now. Okay, we will try talk just a little bit more.
All right, testing 1, 2. This is Todd out of Helena.
Okay, so yeah, the volume is now not being controlled by me. It's being controlled, needs to be controlled by the motherboard.
Fort Bell. Yeah. Rocky Boys.
Oh, I would definitely keep the audio on the owl on the speaker. I would try that.
On the owl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't hear.
I know. It's
There he is.
yeah. So, they did say that we could control
Hey.
the volume of the
See you.
speaker with my volume here, but it's not changing. Even when I turn it all the way down, it's still very loud on the overhead. Do you have a motherboard?
Yeah, I can control it on the panel.
Yeah, that sounds
So
good.
it's from your computer. Was the microphone okay? Or is that?
Microphone's good. Yeah, it's essentially just the overhead volume.
You want to turn down?
Yeah.
Testing
Hey,
1,
Todd.
2. Testing 1, 2.
Yep, now we're going back up the other direction.
Test 1, 2. Can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, now if I go all the way up, one more time.
Test 1, 2. Can you hear me? Okay out there.
Yeah. What do you guys prefer?
Just on the owl now.
Yeah, I know. Would you like it overhead or just on the owl?
Doesn't matter.
That's fine, I think.
It's better when,
Hear it right
it's
there.
better when we hear the voices from the top. We
That's
think
what-
it's odd.
I know, that's what I was thinking. Okay, 1 second. We're gonna do one more test. Okay.
All right. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Bad, right?
No, down right there.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thanks, Ryan.
That's what they said. You go into Gardner too.
Okay,
Alright.
we're gonna do in-room audio, and then the microphone, of course, is gonna be the owl.
Yep.
So,
So
You can
remember, if
hear-
there's any public comment, they have to get close to the owl. Or come up, if they can come up, if there's any public comment, they have just have them come close to the owl. I don't know if there's a little place to stand or somewhere near the U there.
yeah, we've got a microphone that will amplify, and they can certainly stand right up here too.
Great.
Okay, well, thank you.
No problems. Just give me a text if you need any help.
Okay, great. And you're ready to mute yourself so we can get going?
Yep.
All right, there he goes.
Ready?
Yes.
All right, so we'll call meeting to order. This will call our State Travel Economic Commission meeting for August 8th, 2025 to order. The Montana Department of Commerce records the meetings electronically and will serve as official meeting minutes. If you're attending virtually, please raise your hand to be called upon. Please help the public by identifying yourself when to speak. Explain any acronyms that may be used in the discussion. If you're referring to a document, state the document name. As a final reminder, the recording will not be edited, cut, or altered in any manner. Now we'll have roll call. TJ?
Jennifer Finley,
Here.
Sean Backbone,
Here.
Jelina Cuts the Rope,
Here. Bryce Kurt, here. Gerald Gray,
Here.
Alyssa Lombear,
Here.
Misty Cool. Mark Blaisdell. And Marta Bertolio.
Say the G. Okay, so we definitely have a quorum, which is good, yeah. And then, John, you wanna give us a prayer?
Yep. Welcome, Marta. Yeah, everybody, call the commissioners, welcome. Looks like everybody's pretty busy. Sometimes, we get so much going, we forget about ourselves, so ask the Almighty to help you guys in your trails and be good for your people, that, the one you speak for, and have a good fall here. So I'll pray my own language. State Tribal Economic Development Commission, you go. Malakhabag, Hostal, Yukuji, Yesui. Bamech Chiala, Ishpagos, Polish Saluvio. Koduru, Ijago, Iwa Chilka, Ian Erita. Leolas Chaturish, Goyaka. And I was a Chicago go spau. Yada, should play ice, said Chowk, you got push. Ishpagos, Akpak, it Chowk, you. Oh. That'll be $500.
Always wanted to say that. All right, well, I'd like to welcome everybody. Good to see everybody again. And Marta, thanks for coming, but really good to see you. Welcome aboard, I guess, right? Yeah. Let's see, now public comment on non-agenda items. Public comment? Anything?
And we have a few people online.
Oh, okay.
If you're online and you wish to address the commission during public comment, please raise your hand.
Marta, do you want to say anything or?
Oh, sure. So I'll just briefly introduce myself. I grew up in Deer Lodge, and then when I graduated from high school, I attended the Air Force Academy. And from there, I was a space operations officer, so I traveled, I got the opportunity to be stationed in on the East Coast, in Colorado, in Germany, Virginia. My husband and I have 2 daughters. We realized my parents needed help when we were on the East Coast, and we said, let's go back home and raise our kids in the beautiful Big Sky State and help my parents as they aged, and ended up being on the school board for 9 years, as well as I got my real estate license in 2014 and ended up opening my own company with a rancher friend of mine. And then I progressed from the school board to the legislature, and I served for 3 sessions. And then after that, I am now the director, 2 months in, the director of the Department of Commerce, which I am so excited about. It's a lot of programs, but good programs that I'm excited to see play out in our communities, and I look forward to traveling the state. I plan to go to all the tribal nations and just see what we can do, what barriers we can remove. And really appreciated working with my tribal partners when I was in the legislature. Just really enjoyed my time. So I'm excited to be here.
I appreciate that. Yeah, economic development has been up and coming in Indian country, and it's really becoming, it's really important right now for all of us,
Yeah.
all the tribal nations, because as you probably well know, funding from the feds ebb and flow. So we're trying to develop this economics on our reservation so we can self-sufficient, self-sustaining for our people. And it's non-discretionary funding a lot of times. It's really helps to to deploy those funds to our people and programs that, we know best.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
I guess we'll have approval of the May 8th meeting minutes. Those are in your packet.
If we don't pass this minutes, does that mean you don't resign?
Is that a motion to approve? Bryce? Sure. Okay, second. The motion by Bryce, second by Sean. Any comments or questions or additions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sign. Okay. Round robin. Happening. Indian country.
On Backbone, the Crow Tribe. Crow Tribe, their first year, I think it's like the 6th month, they just took in office, so they're reworking their old programs, and they have some issues with IHS, with the government, the budgeting, which is something coming up, and they had a session, but the minutes never come out on the session yet, on their legislative session, on their July, so that's where just kind of politics is just revolving as they go economically, kind of struggling all over the place on there. Yeah.
So they're gonna revamp some of the coal, like,
I've been
or
putting my ear out there, and there's nothing on our Westmoreland. Yeah, it should be opening up and re-going again because of the big beautiful bill that Rosebud is going. So I mean, Indian country, that's where our bread and butter is. And when that didn't happen, the revenue, the royalties on a quarterly basis, quarterly time, we get about 300 a piece, but this year it's $55. So every million in royalties is $100, 2 per cap, up to 14,000 members. So if it's $55, 500,000, that's probably just the interest alone. So there's no, we have no gaming on board. There's nothing. So it's kind of, that's the only cracked egg in the nest. So it's kind of, so it would be awesome if they went back to that coal. Because there's 9 billion tons of coal on the Crow Reservation, and it can't be dug up. And it's the best BTUs. Yep, BTUs are the best.
Yeah, good morning. Delina Cuts-Thorough from Fort Belknap Indian Community. I'm not a council member, but I'm a commissioner selected from my tribal council to represent. Just an update, similar to, like, I guess I'll bounce off of what I presented last meeting. Just kind of focusing on housing. Fort Belknap has a huge housing shortage, as I'm sure most other reservations have in Montana. Access to affordable housing is a challenge because of a lot of things with capital, banking, lending, home ownership, and things like that. But we're working on several different housing development projects that actually successful. Eagle Valley we're just finishing up construction finally of 24 homes on the Eagle Valley Housing Development at the Fort Belknap Agency, just west of the airstrip at Fort Belknap. So that's exciting. We're kind of chalking up some policy right now for, rent to own. We don't want to make it a low rent. We want to make, working people be able to afford to put some equity into the homes and eventually own them, so that it's more sustainable and it's better for the neighborhood. There's a master plan, so we're excited about looking at other things to place out at the developed site, so it's really exciting. We're also looking south in Hayes, at 7 new homes in the old Hayes housing area, and then 12 homes in the Lodgepole Leggins area. We're developing with A&E right now for northeast corner, which is kind of next to Dodson, on the east end of the reservation. That's just in its fledgling stages. We're right in the middle of a broadband connectivity project with NTAI, and we're kind of navigating, if you will, through the Department of Interior, BIA, on the rights of way, where we're going to be laying our infrastructure, and then some tower issues. It's been quite a challenge. They're kind of, as BI does, holds up the projects, for environmentals and things like that. But we're working with the funding agency who has authority to sign off on environmentals, and so they're kind of bringing in some heavy and some clarification, on that project. But that's going to bring about 20 jobs. It's a tribal business. We'll be able to offer low-cost internet access over a monopolized provider that's on our reservation. So we're really excited about that. Using some tribal sovereignty there. We just been doing regular grant writing, got a couple awards, like the Voc Rehab from the Department of Ed, which I believe still exists so far. That's a 4-year project for about $4 million. So that's 5 years for Voc Rehab, workforce development for those folks with disabilities. So we're excited about that. We just got the award yesterday. We're also seeing cuts on the EPA side, though. It's concerning. We have a tribal EPA department on a reservation. We're applying for like a solar, it's a solar, but also mineral assessment. And we're kind of sweating it out whether that's going to get scrubbed, but we've already seen like 2 or 3 EPA grants that, we've been trying to apply for other things, and they've been completely scrubbed. As we submit applications, we're making sure that we stay away from climate change, solar development, all those kind of things, because that doesn't exist anymore under this administration. And then we're working on a reuse of a building for a commodity warehouse, and I'm looking for funds for that. I've reached out to Maryland, I've reached out to the state food distribution program, and have been asking them for some assistance with it. I've got some money, but I need more money to pull the project off completely, but I think I can do it with what I have, but I'm sure looking for assistance getting that project done. That's just a snapshot. There's some other stuff, but that's some positive stuff and a little bit of funding, challenges that we're dealing with. But otherwise, we're plugging forward on housing, and I'm really excited. Thank you.
Awesome. That's good. Bryce Kirk, Fort Peck Tribal Council. Just building on a few things, I guess, just the casino, our meat cutting company thing that we have got going on too. Just waiting for some electricity and some water and stuff to get to that part. I know that they put in for a few of the grants and stuff through the state. Trying to extend more of the Buffalo Trail, things like that. What else do we got going on? I know we tried to get into data mining, but of course that got stopped for a second. I know that we're fighting, seems like we're fighting Newmont when it comes to funding and stuff. They've been the stronghold in northeastern Montana and other places too, to where it feels like all the millions of dollars are going to Newmont from the state. And when Newmont takes those dollars and then they charge the Indian people. So when I had Newmont, my bill was $625 a month just for services. And like, they're getting all this money to serve the reservation. And so we went with another company that was in Richland County. While they didn't approve us to go with those people, because they would have made it easier. They would have dug all the line, all the trench and everything, all the fiber, and then handed it over to the tribes. But then since the tribes were doing satellite link stuff, and the state said, no, we're still giving the money to Newmont. And so that was a frustrating part when it came to hearing that. It seems like when it comes to that, we have a lot of people that are, you know, our poverty rate's big, so trying to sit there and pay $300, and then they go and they say, well, we got 2 lines for $120 and it's unlimited. So people take that unlimited, but right when they get past a certain threshold, they shut you down and slow you down. And then it's just like, well, where's the unlimited when they got 25 million, 10 million, and I think another $15 million to bring services to the reservation. And it all came through the state. It was before you came. I think it was when, Scott.
Oh, yeah.
I think Osterman, right? I think it was when Scott was there.
Just towards the end.
Just right towards the end.
He was there during those discussions.
Yeah, and so it's kind of frustrating when those monies, like, tribes really aren't consulted when it comes to dollars that the state has when it comes to stuff like that would better reservations, I feel. And so that part there kind of is stumping us. So now we're going back to the satellite link stuff where, you know, Elon Musk is trying to help us out, I guess, when it comes to buildings and elders way up north and elders way out in the woods and stuff like that. Because in the western part of the reservation, they wouldn't go and do it just because the ground was so muddy and everything in part. So they left them out because it was going to be harder and cost more money to sit there and do it. Where they promised us, they came into the council and promised us that they would get the whole reservation. So you know, so we're still trying to work on that, trying to get our elders that, working on irrigation and trying to get more water and stuff to our elders and stuff down there along the river and stuff. So it's been a battle coming, you know, I guess, you know, when it comes to state economic development, I feel that when it comes to the water stuff, it's a lot of the state works with like what do you call them? Engine core, the core, right? Yeah, you know, and they get to sit there and let water out whenever they want, flood our elders and flood everybody out, and we got to come in and put more resources and stuff to fix the land and fix everything else. And, you know, and so it gets a little crazy when it comes to, you know, trying to have money for development when, you know, it feels like money just keeps getting taken out when it comes to us white in the state. So at least you being new get to see and hear a little bit. I mean, we're doing good things, but then there's some of those things that we still have to work with. So,
yeah. So Gerald Gray, Little Shell. So what we got going on is we're in a design phase of our 18-acre housing development, which we're calling Good Medicine project. It'll be 35 single-family homes, 18 duplexes, and 50 apartments. So we're in the design phase of that, laying it all out, and we're working with engineer company in Great Falls, doing the infrastructure part of that. We also have, we assumed our clinic, our full 638, or I think Bryce showed up. Glad to see that. Really appreciate that. It was a big deal for any country to take over your clinic from the government. Because we best know how to serve our nurses. And we all have our IHS horror stories. So that was a good thing. So it's all going well. We have a ceremony center that's currently being built. I think we're probably about 60 to 70% finished with that. That'll be a really good place to host meetings such as this. Well, brand new. It's next to the 18-acre housing development. On the economic development side, we are looking at doing a data mining too, but how we're doing it is we're buying into a company in Oklahoma and then transferring that, and also a solar farm, which is already up and running in Texas, being part of that development too. So we're to that in terms of economic development for our members. Yeah. And then our resort is still on progress. We had to meet with DOI and try to get the EA study out there, the notice. Once that gets out there, then we can really go forward quickly. They said they would do that. It was a really good meeting with them. We met with them at the Department of Interior, and then the following week they came out to visit Blackfeet, Rocky Boy, and Photoshop, which was really cool. Having them there and show them everything. Good meeting.
So, I think like everyone, we're all kind of dealing with some unpredictability, and some of the highway funding that was gonna go through a reservation was clawed back. So, when those kinds of things get clawed back, it makes the necessary improvements to our infrastructure don't happen. And, and also jobs that were going to be created don't happen. So, we're kind of just taking things day by day, and I think some of the impacts we don't even really know yet. Like our impacts to our tribal colleges. It looks like tribal college funding is going to be cut by 90%. And that's just been a lifeline for our reservation, our tribal college. Salish Kootenai College is, I think, it's an amazing school. And it's been a feeder for for a lot of our professional staff got their start or got their degrees and it's really vital to the economic development of our, not just for tribal people, but a lot of tribal people, non-tribal people rely on our tribal college as well. It's one of the best nursing schools in the state. So anyway, so just kind of dealing with that, and our new casino, 400 Horses Casino, which construction is on its way. I think that'll be finished next spring. And then, and I think our existing companies are doing a really good job of keeping, staying with the changes and dealing with things as they come and moving forward and expanding. And so right now, as a tribe, so I'm Jennifer Finley on Tribal Council for CSKT. We're kind of talking about some reorganization within ourselves, like talking about restructuring how we do things, and so that will determine in some ways how we move forward with economic development, how we decide to invest in that, how we decide to restructure that. So we're in the process of doing that, and I think, well, I don't think we have to think about economic development differently as a tribe, because things are changing. I think, we're still owed some things because of trust responsibilities, but we're in a position where we have to constantly be really innovative. Okay, this is how we've done it before. How can we do it differently? So we're just kind of, how can we structure ourselves differently to make more money, to fund our services? So, and that's really about all I have right now. And so we're just doing lots of advocacy, federal level, and I think I just got a copy of an economic development report. I haven't looked at yet my email, but I think that, whenever we do a project like building the new casino, it creates a lot of economic development for the whole community in ways that they don't always acknowledge, because companies come in, workers come in, even if they're not tribal, they're spending money locally. And when the casino is done, it's going to bring in more people, which is more business to our community and the surrounding businesses. And so, all the economic development that our tribes have done has had such a big impact on our whole community, and our tribal college has had a big impact on our whole community's economic development. So I'm excited about the new casino, and then, I'm excited to see where things land once we kind of restructure ourselves and reorganize things for better economic development.
How'd they come up with the name?
They had a contest, and that was 400 horses.
What's the story behind it?
Yeah.
They told us the story, and I don't remember right now off the top of my head. But it had to do with one of our leaders. 400 horses. So nice.
Hope they didn't steal it from the crows.
But
I'm Melissa Longer, Northern Cheyenne Tribal Council, community representative. And Northern Cheyenne, we are slow moving with pretty much everything. The election just derailed us, I guess.
Do you have
We're
elections too?
still adjusting.
Well, she just
Well,
reported.
yeah, we're like, it's been a year.
Oh,
for-
okay.
Yeah, we're adjusting. We did get our craft center completed. We did get transportation funding to enhance the area. We still have stuff moving there. When we had our ARPA money, what was left of it, the council decided that we would do economic development endeavors for it and tourism, but it's a struggle right now. We're still focused on that, and I guess we'll see what happens soon. Our broadband is the building. We had problems with the BIA, with their right of ways for that. And we got through that, got the majority of the signatures that were needed for it because it wasn't disturbing anything else besides the existing utility line. But they still made us jump through hoops with that. So the building construction should begin this soon, I think. So start at the end of the summer season, but that's about all we have going right now, I guess. Slow moving.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone else? All right, election of officers. EJ. Deal there.
It's an annual to-do. The election of officers for the positions for the commission. So you guys decided, do you want to renominate the existing?
These are so awkward. It's like our TLC.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Sorry, guys.
So how do I one at a time? Is this how, or how does this work?
Well,
So make a motion
I think someone would make a motion to
to
nominate
nominate.
someone
Yeah.
to serve as, you can go each office, which is essentially chair and vice chair positions. Yeah,
I make a motion to nominate Gerald as the chair.
I would make a motion just to keep it the same.
Yeah, make a motion.
yeah.
I'm
I'm just filling it.
Yeah. It's going good. I don't see why change it, right? I mean, it's going good. Why do we change something that's going good? I feel.
Yeah,
So-
I hate the horses, yeah.
So I think, so you have a motion, right, to keep this, maintain the same
Yeah.
positions as, and just maybe reiterate those for the record. I don't mean to say it, but someone else has to say it.
Okay, I'll make a motion to keep Chairman Darrell Gray as the chairman and Councilwoman Jennifer Finley as vice chair.
I second it.
Okay, any discussion? Favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. That was quick.
There you go, look at that, you guys get so-
Always trying to throw a wrench in the wheel.
I don't know where that came from. Jeez, I was like, oh, didn't we just talk about that at Wolf Point? Didn't we just talk about that in Wolf Point? Remember when we were in Wolf Point,
Yeah.
he just got elected 2 meetings ago.
Mhm.
So why are we turning around and re-electing again two meetings later? I just didn't understand.
What do you think, Mackenzie?
I was
I'm calling in.
meeting and I don't remember if we just talked about it was coming up or did we actually vote?
No, we actually voted. We actually voted in
Then we might just be a meeting early.
yeah,
That's okay.
yeah, no,
Let's
but
continue.
that's threw me off when I seen that. I'm like,
That's what I was like,
didn't
what's
we,
this?
didn't we elect Gerald in Wolf Point?
Mhm.
Cause when we were in Wolf Point, we elected and we elected Gerald in the previous meeting, that's in Billings, I believe, that's when Jennifer was
Oh.
elected too.
Yes.
Yeah,
Remember? And so Billings, Jennifer got elected, and then the next meeting Gerald got elected in Wolf Point. So I don't know how all of a sudden it's on the.
I'll take it up with the specialist when she returns to
Yeah,
post.
perfect.
Let's just follow up on that.
Okay.
Yep, I'm moving it up the flagpole, man. I'm gonna make
So
sure.
is it only 1 year then? Because I mean, they didn't even get to serve a full 6 months.
Yeah. They need to get back
Good
pay.
follow-up.
Yeah,
They need back pay,
you're finding us flat-footed over here. We're gonna have to follow back up on that one.
I have one recommendation for the meetings in the winter time. Can we make sure it's on a nice day?
We'll take that up, too.
When is the next meeting? Do you have it down?
It's in November.
Anywhere at Helen?
CSKT,
I think
Right,
we can
is-
find it
it's
on our
Olson,
website.
it's
Yeah.
Olson somewhere.
Right.
So
I don't know if the location is, I don't know if the host location's been chosen yet. Usually Marilyn gets working on that right after these meetings. She has a date set, but then she starts looking to secure a location.
So I
So,
thought we said all the locations when we were in a meeting in Helena. Put them all down.
We probably
Yeah,
will
that's
check on it this time.
okay.
So also, do you think we should invite Richard and give him something? Because man, he served on
Oh,
this
yeah.
for
That's a good idea.
50
Yeah, we
years.
definitely want to do an honoring for him too.
It's awesome, right? Yeah. I think we should do that. Since he abruptly quit us.
He said that last time I
I'm
was
done.
on Zoom, I'm like, he's like, I'm done.
Yeah,
And I'm
we're
like,
like, what?
okay, like, what do you say to that?
I know.
Richard?
Okay. Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research, who's this?
All right.
Is she online?
So let's take a look here.
Yeah, we're.
And you'll find in your packets, there's a summary of what they're gonna be discussing in there. All right, so we have Carter online, and let's just see.
How's it going?
okay, there we go, Carter, thanks for joining us.
You bet. I know, I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. There's a lot more laughing and giggling going on there than the TAC meetings I'm used to, so I'm kind of
Yes.
bummed out I'm not there, yeah.
You're on your own committee.
You've been promoted to panelist, so do you want me to share the screen and show your handout, your one feature?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, so give me one moment, I'll get that queued up for you. Let's see. One moment here. There we go.
Okay, awesome, thank you. All right, so I'll go through this a little bit, but I just kind of want to talk a little bit about kind of who we are as an institute. I know we've been around for a little while, but not a lot of folks are really aware of us and the work that we do. But I just want to talk a little bit about the project that you have all in front of you, and the opportunity for some of the Native communities that are out there across the state. So again, my name is Carter Birmingham. I'm a social scientist with the Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research. We are housed in the College of Forestry over here in Missoula in the College of Forestry. And we were created in 1987 along with the lodging and facility use tax. So a little bit similar just to kind of how the STED was working, not from like a funding mechanism, but we work very closely with governor appointed folks on the Tourism Advisory Council. They oversee a lot of the budget allocations that we have and a lot of the projects that we work with. And so just to kind of give you an idea about how some of this came forward. And so what we do is every fall we have a public solicitation process where we just ask the public if they can send in any sort of research projects that they have. And so what we do is we get those projects, we kind of start working through those. We narrow it down to find out, is this something that we've already done in the past? Is this something that we other folks are working on? Is this actually even a research project that we should be doing? And so what we do is we take those down, we narrow those down, and then we go back to the Tourism Advisory Council group that I mentioned, and then we receive approval for those projects, and then we kind of get off and running on about a year basis. And so we received this project last fall. This was in fall 2024. We received this. This was from the Montana Indigenous Tourism Alliance. For those of you folks that aren't familiar with it, it's an organization here in the state that looks to really promote a sustainable and environmentally sustainable model of tourism on Montana's native communities. And so this was the research project that we received, right? So this is the proposal. Montana's vibrant indigenous cultures, rich histories, and unique experiences continue to attract visitors from across the country and around the world. However, the true economic impact of native tourism is within the state remains unmeasured. And so to address this gap, MIDA would like to submit a proposal during 2025 that the Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research can look at and lead a comprehensive research study funded by the Montana Lodging Tax to better understand and quantify the value of native tourism in Montana. And so what we do in our office, a lot of what we do is we actually do visitor research or on-site visitor research. So we do a lot of stuff where we're at gas stations, we're at rest stops, we're at the airport across the state. We also do this a lot in national parks across the country. And it's really kind of our specialty is that we do on-site standardized research where we look at folks that are visiting the event and we ask them several different questions that has to do with how much money they're spending in the local community, where they're coming from, what's their sort of their trip planning timelines, how long they look to plan things out, what's their satisfaction with things at the event, what's some of their satisfaction with some of the infrastructure. And so a lot of this really ties into that component that I know that the STED Commission has, as well as some other efforts that the Montana Department of Commerce is working on, particularly the pilot community grant program that's going on right now. So there's a lot of things that are kind of connected, looking at how there can be infrastructure improvements or just improvements to help kind of promote native communities through the tourism aspect. So the goal of this project is that we would like to be at 4 to 5 different native hosted events across the state between now and really the end of next August. And so I'll talk a little bit about kind of why that timeline is so long. But the idea, and I think the real great offer that we have for you all, is that this is funded from the lodging and facility use tax. This does not cost anything to the tribes from folks that want to participate. And really what we need is just kind of time and input on the survey documents that we have and some of the survey questions that we have. But what we can do, and the idea of this is that we want to try and use, 4 or 5, it could be maybe 6 events, to look at those as case studies. And then we can find out what's the economic impact of these individual events, how many people are they bringing in, how much money are they bringing in, what's the tax impact, how many jobs is this supporting, kind of things of that sort. And so we would like, as I mentioned, we'd kind of like to cover a diversity of events, or a different kind of scope of events, to get an idea of, so we can kind of create a bigger model of what this native tourism would look like. But really what we're looking to do as kind of how the study is conducted, as I mentioned, we do a lot of on-site visitor research. So we would be at an event for the duration of the time, whether it's 2 days, 3 days, and we would have multiple people at the event actually going around surveying visitors, asking them how much they're spending on different things, hotel, restaurant, lodging, gas, any sort of that type of spending. And then looking at the visitor origin and trip purpose that's kind of laid out there. And so the reason that we would like to kind of get this process going now, even though some of the data collection wouldn't even be until maybe December or, early into next year, is that there's a very detailed and specific IRB approval process that we have at the University of Montana, particularly when we're working with Native American tribes. And I think that's a good thing that we have there, that it's so reviewed. And so the way that our process works is that we're not allowed to do any research on reservations or with Native American members unless we have approval from the tribes themselves. Then once we have approval from the tribe to do research, then we can take that approval to our institutional review board. institutional review board on campus, and then we can begin doing research. So we're kind of in this period right now where we're reaching out to folks, trying to get in front of them to let them know the offering that we have for their community, and to try and just build that stakeholder engagement so we can get input from folks before we get the approval and we're off and running. And so just to kind of give you an idea, I know on that sheet there's kind of some deliverables there, but as I mentioned, I think one of the things that we identified that would be a really great first event, if folks are interested in doing that, is to start this off with the data collection process at the All-American Indian Shootout, the basketball tournament that's over in Billings. I think that'd be a really great first event to kind of start with, and we could survey folks at the event there and get a really good understanding of not only the money that's coming in from that event, but where people are coming from and kind of the economic impact it has for Billings. And so I think that's kind of our idea of where a first good start would be. We would like to hopefully kind of cover a diversity of events that are across the state, not just focusing on just, one tribe in particular. So we'd like to kind of spread them around, but the idea is that we can do data collection for folks, and then we'll be doing an individual report for each event that we do. And then we'll also be producing an overall report, which would be ready probably sometime next fall after all the data collection is wrapped up. That would kind of look at this overall larger economic impact that native tourism has. And so, as I mentioned, this information could be useful when it comes grant time, or when you're trying to dig up any more capital or funding for any projects that you all have that come to mind. And so this information, we're hoping that it can be very useful to folks within the communities who are event planners, who are just trying to, find out who's coming and how they can improve some of these events. So I know that's a lot to kind of to throw at you there, but I would be happy to take any questions that you all have on any of the aspects there on the sheet that you have in front of you.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions.
Yeah, please.
Councilman Gray, this is Delina Cutzrow from Fort Belknap, and I do have 3 questions for Carter.
Yes.
My first question is, why 5 events? Why not 8 events for each tribal reservation? Is that a funding limitation or staffing, or what was it must be money. Why 5 events?
Yep. And so the 5 events there, that's kind of something that's just a preliminary one, but yes, it is staffing related. As I mentioned, we do receive our funding from the lodging and facility use tax. And in the last legislative session, there were some changes where we actually lost 20% of our overall office funding. So we don't have the capacity to, I think, be at as many places as we would like. But I think that's something that we're trying to figure out in this initial process, is to see if each tribe is actually interested in it, and if we can come up with some of the funding to do that. But yes, there are some budget concerns that we do have to be as many places as we'd like.
So not every tribal community or reservation will have an event showcased or researched, so they'll be left out.
In the current setup, that's what it would be, yes. But I think if there's an appetite for it, we would like to extend it to all 8 if we could.
That's my first question. My second question is approval from tribes. What does that look like? A letter from the president? Hopefully not a whole tribal resolution. Those are law passing documents. The tourism director at the local level. What does that look like? Or do you just rely on the tribe? Sometimes that holds up approvals if we don't know what kind of approval someone's looking for. What does that look like? And then my last question is data collection report next fall. So like Crow is just coming up now. So will that cut off one of the biggest revenue generating visiting events for Crow, coming around full circle, ending in next fall, but missing this opportunity now? I mean, we can't help it that you're starting now. I'm just saying that that's probably their biggest visitation. For Fort Belknap, we just had Milk River in end of July. So that's usually our biggest visitation of the year, even though we might not hail to Crow's size, but that's our biggest drawing, and so on and so forth. So maybe a schedule of major events, or reach out. What's your major events? What are Billings is great, but I don't argue against that. I think Billings is great, especially for when you're dealing with, and that is a huge tourism event. A lot of folks go to that, so I think that's a good idea too. But I was just gonna say that if you're looking at economic development on the communities and finding out what infrastructure is either impacting the event or could make it more amenable, more visitable because of infrastructure gaps that need to be addressed, and then get right to it and kind of like, let's fix those or let's work together to get that improved, then I think on the res would be the best way. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, no, thank you. And so I'll just take that third question first. So that's where we have, that's where we want to have that data collection process go into the end of next summer, because that is something that you're talking about, right? Like Crow Fair, all these big events, it's too late to kind of get on anything for this year now. So we want to kind of start to get our foot in the door so that we could have approval to be at some of those events, like the Milk River event at Crow Fair next August. So we're kind of collecting some of these bigger ones. So that's really kind of the reason of why we have the data collection out as far as we're aiming to do. For the approval process, it varies from tribe to tribe. I know that the Salish Kootenai and I believe the Blackfeet have their own institutional review board that you have to go through. For some of the other tribes, it just ends up being, as you mentioned, like a tourism board, or you can even get, I think, council approval. I believe we have that from down in the Crow to do some research for some of our non-resident collection that we do, but it does vary from tribe to tribe. So it's not as, and that's kind of something that we'll need to work in on our end, is that from the folks that are interested, is just kind of how that process works, which is why we're trying to just get in front of folks today and let them know about the project so we can kind of start to work through this process. So.
Well, it sounds like you have your 5 events already kind of picked out, or no?
No, we don't. We have a pretty large list of events, and actually we've been working with Rochelle on that just to kind of come up with events that are kind of in different size, but in different areas around the state as well.
And then can we see was there something formal that MIDA submitted? Said they submitted this?
They did not submit that officially, but it's something that I could send over to you if you'd like. It's just something that we collect in just a big Excel document from all the folks that submit research projects to us. So.
Because I thought MIDA was kind of disbanded, but now they're coming back online again,
Chair Gray, they're not disbanded. They're a formal 501c3 nonprofit.
Who's all on it?
They've got a board of directors. That the president of the board is Leilani Upham.
Do we all have representation all the time?
I believe so. Also, Sean Wilbert, who is also on the board. He's supposed to be here today. Not officially on the agenda, but he wanted to be here in the audience and during breaks be able to visit with all of you as well. And then they are the recipient of the Pilot Community Tourism Grant Cohort 2 of a significant award that goes along with what I think Frank presented to you in the Go Good app at the last meeting. So I think they're deploying a lot of different channels of tourism research and promotion and product development in order to encourage and distribute visitation to all tribal nations. And one, if I may, with Carter online real quick.
Yeah.
Carter, I was hoping that you could share your screen. I did promote you to a panelist, but if you could show the commissioners the ethics that you follow that is within the structure of the university systems and the tribal colleges, just so that they could see a little bit of what you have to follow in order to get approval from each nation to conduct research. And secondly, to give them a sample of some of the questions that are asked of individuals when they are approached and invited to participate.
And we get the data afterwards if we're selected to.
And I guess, and my third point would be, in order to also be responsive to Commissioner Cutzero's comment, if there is a budget shortfall of and needing additional money in order to include all 8 nations, then you should have a conversation with my team at the Office of Indian Country Economic Development to see what that money looks like, what would be needed in order to backfill that gap, and if we can find some budget for us to ensure that it's a complete at least an opportunity. We can't guarantee that every nation's gonna agree to allow it to happen, but at least the
Right.
opportunity is offered and afforded.
Yeah, I think it's huge that each one be afforded it because everyone's always looking.
That's right, and it
Big
also
time.
helps us with HB 19.
Yes.
Additional information that we need to complete that data.
I want data. Did you have a question?
So anyhow, if Carter has any additional material that might be helpful
Yeah,
to,
I'm just looking. Apologies, I'm just looking for screen share here and I'm not seeing it.
let me just double check too, that I have you fully elevated. That could have been on my part, hopefully I got you there. Are you seeing a request to join as a panelist? There you go.
Yeah, I would love for them to come out and do this powwow because geez, man, they really show great balls.
Yes,
Spent a lot of money.
Okay.
thanks, Carter.
You bet. Let me get my screen up here. So, okay, you guys all seeing this here?
There you go, yeah.
Okay, so this is kind of how the process works for us. So each tribe, as I mentioned, will have their own specific point of contact and their own process for doing research on that particular with that particular tribe. And then we kind of have to work through that individual process. And then once we receive that, then we can go back to our university board saying that we have approval from the tribe to conduct research, and then we can receive approval from the university. So it's a bit of a specific process, but I think it's something that obviously is done for good reason. So
I don't see every tribe on there.
So it looks like it's just the tribal college?
Yeah.
Tribal college contacts. I think you should probably approach every tribal council with this rather
Yeah.
than the college.
Okay.
Adrian,
Yeah.
on Northern Cheyenne, Adrian is, she does a lot of our, archiving and our, we're trying to get a museum and she's done a lot of work on that, but, we have our own economic development committee within our council. And usually when we have research projects coming in, they come to the council floor for passage of a resolution. And in that resolution, it includes the language that the data belongs to the tribe.
Okay.
Chair Gray and Carter, this is Rochelle, just to also help provide a little more clarity here. There are great policies and ethics guidelines that are procedural and sort of an overarching theme that is laid out at each of these nations that could help start that framework of a discussion of bringing those ethics as a point of conversation and consideration for each tribal council. So it doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to go through and get approval through the college, but the college has established some ethics and standards and policy and procedure that they can use as a framework when beginning that conversation with your tribal council.
Chairman Gray.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, Carter, this is Delina again from Fort Belknap. That's fine with, Fort Belknap's IRB. The Ani Nakota College at Fort Belknap does have an IRB. And, you know, we would slip that through the IRB there just to give a recommendation to our council so that it would help them, you know, feel, you know, more comfortable with passing a permission.
Okay.
So that's fine. I just, I think everything looks pretty current there.
Okay. No, this is all good information. I thank you guys.
I also wanted to mention that in 2018, I worked with the Jeremy Sage at your ITRR, and he did us a feasibility project. And I used a Big Sky State Fund as a cash match to another grant that we did. And but I would like that refreshed, and I could probably email that to you just for some, unless you have it on file there.
We
But,
definitely have it on file. Yeah.
and
Jeremy
would
was my
need it,
advisor. So yeah.
yeah, he was great to work with. So yeah, appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, you bet.
So are you seeing yourself on here? You see Northern Cheyenne?
Well, I mean, Adrian's fine as a representative.
Okay,
but,
okay.
We just need more included, I guess.
And going and having whatever the presentation is to tribal council for consideration.
Same.
Okay.
Same.
Okay.
Cause they'll come to Fort Peck.
Yeah.
And they'll, like, if it's everything's ran through the college, and then they'll say, here, pass this, and they're like, no, we don't know nothing about it. You know, and so every Tuesday
Right.
for us, economic development in Fort Peck. So they bring it, look at it, come explain it to us, and then they're like, okay, how is this gonna affect us? What it's gonna do for us? You know, how is it gonna help us? And then they'll make a motion to approve it. And then that's what they're gonna want the data stays with the tribes.
Yep.
So.
Right on.
No, that all sounds good.
Um,
I'm gonna pull up some questions here really quick, if that's okay.
How you guys?
And Carter, while you pull that up, we're just gonna double check if CSKT and pro representation have some additional recommendations for
Okay.
approaching those nations.
No, I'll bring this up with the tribal council when I get back, but I think it would be good to give the information to the tribal council too, even though. And I'm not sure. You know, one of the notes I had to myself is if that contact was still good at SKC, but it should come to the tribe first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sean?
Yeah. Try it first, yeah.
I guess any work that you're gonna do on the reservation should come to the tribe first instead of the college. You know, just because that's the delegated authority on the reservations is the tribal council itself. So for me, Paula, she's amazing. She's great, but she does a lot of like STD stuff for us. So I don't see why she's thrown into all this other stuff, you know what I mean? So it's different that what she's awesome at what she does, but she's busy in other, you know, I think the college is just throwing all this stuff on top of her. And she's great at communicating, but she'll just come in and say, hey, this is what I need passed.
Yes.
But I think if you guys come to the councils first, you know, I think that would be better instead of reaching out to the colleges, you know, the ones that are gonna say it's okay to work with our people is gonna be the tribal councils itself, so.
Okay.
And then what he's showing here are some examples of questions that are when people are approached and request to participate.
Yeah, and so really kind of what we have is it's pretty standard just for economic research stuff, but it's just trying to find out where people are coming from, particularly like what county and what area in Montana they're coming from, because that really helps us. We're able to attribute economic spending kind of based off where people are coming from. But
Could you zoom in just a little bit? Maybe
Yeah,
blow
you
it up.
bet.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
And then we have several questions that are about trip purpose, how many nights folks are staying, how many of those are in Montana, what type of accommodation that they'll actually be in. And then really the big part that we have for a lot of this is the spending that they'll be doing while they're at the event and in the local community. And this is a lot of the stuff that really kind of helps us get an idea of the economic impact that folks have. And so these are some of the categories that we have here. Again, none of this stuff is set in stone. This is just kind of a good template to use. But it is something that we kind of want to be fairly standardized going from tribe to tribe, just because it'll help us for some of the results in the end. But again, just some of the demographics for folks, kind of who they're traveling with, how long they decided to attend before the event, some of the ways that they heard about the event, and then some of the satisfaction that they might have with particular elements of the event. And then this is also another really good place to kind of add any components that are related to like infrastructure or development or things like that. So you can kind of get an idea of how satisfied some people are with some of those portions there. And then asking folks just what they liked about the event, what they didn't like, and then some improvements that they might have, as long as their willingness to attend again in the future. And so this is kind of the templated version that we have. Again, there is some wiggle room to kind of work with tribes to, you know, build this so that the questions can be as helpful for each event as they possibly can be. But just to kind of give you an idea of some of the questions that we're looking to ask folks. Is there, or I guess, what questions do you have about some of this stuff?
But also, could you show, so I know you have some, you're trying to have some standardized questions that are the same for each nation or each event.
Mhm.
Part two is a little bit more tailored or flexible questioning. And then I think part three was potential follow-up questions. I think it'd be really valuable for the commission to get the opportunity to at least lay eyes on each of the three phases that someone being questioned could potentially move through.
You bet. Let me pull that up.
And Chair Gray, after, as a follow-up to this meeting, I'd like to send the link for those policies and ethics and procedures that are guidelines by the current colleges that have this relationship with the university. Just so that you can take a look at those and see if there's anything that is of concern that might be a hole or a gap missing there.
Okay, here we go. Okay, let me zoom back in here real quick. Yeah, so again, it's very similar questions, just kind of what we had in this initial part here, but we wanted to try and have a few that we could at least tailor to some of the tribes and different tribes and ask kind of some questions about things that are specific to your area. So these are some of the questions, and I think these are some of the ones that we actually had used in 2018 for one of the projects that we had done that I think that Jeremy had worked on. But just asking about some different components within the community. So would you like to seek out roadside Native American cultural interpretation sites? Would you like to seek out museums, different cultural events, opportunities to eat traditional foods? How strongly do you agree or disagree with a lot of these? So just kind of some additional questions to kind of add on just to the more standardized, who are you, where are you going, how much money are you spending? This has to do with just some guided activities. So just anything that they might be doing outside of the event that's taking place on the reservation. I know a lot of guided activity we've been doing a lot of work with outfitters and guides in the state of Montana, and it's one thing that has been kind of a hot topic for recreation here in the state. So this is a possible add if folks would like. And then we tried to go through and identify just some different areas for some of the different reservations and things that are kind of specific to those areas and any activities that they might have participated in or visited, just to kind of get an idea of, beyond just who they are and how much money they're spending, how many different events do they like to go to? Are they spreading them out across different reservations, things of that sort? So this is again, I think one of the sections that Rochelle mentioned where we would like to get tribal feedback and kind of make this as as good as we could for each group so that they are getting useful information for folks that are visiting different events, but also have questions just on the activities that they're actually participating in while they're visiting one of the reservations, asking about just their primary activity while they're visiting. We also have some questions that we could ask folks about some of the electronic devices that they use, how the cell phone service is, text messages, are they using GPS and things of that sort. We could also ask about how important that is to folks and the quality of service that they're getting. So there's a large suite of questions essentially is what I guess what I'm trying to say is that we can offer folks and we can kind of narrow them down to add on to that initial suite of questions that we have so you can get really the best information for your event as possible. So these are kind of some of the questions that we had here additionally as well. So this is one that would really be better to kind of work through individually with each group rather than as a collective, but just to give you an idea of kind of what's out there. So.
Thank you so much, Carter.
You bet. Yeah. Well, thank you all for the time. I appreciate the you guys, hearing the research project out and the education and the information that you've given. It's been very helpful for this process. So I think next steps, Rochelle, we'll look on getting together, and then I'll look on getting a plan together on getting in front of each council so we can kind of start to get the ball rolling for the projects for the tribes here. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
yeah, thank you all. I appreciate the time.
You guys wanna take a break? Sure. Yeah. 10, 15 minutes?
Tribal break or a non-tribal break?
Oh, you would?
Yeah.
Okay, pull that, there you go.
So
Looking for a PowerPoint or what?
Say again?
You gonna pull up this PowerPoint?
In just one moment, are you ready to resume?
Oh,
the
yeah,
meeting?
yeah.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just making more of an announcement so everybody knows that we're back on.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start back up, and we have, Federal Reserve Bank. Mr. Huff, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pleasure to be here before you today. My name is Andy Huff. I'm Senior Policy and Legal Advisor. Is this thing on?
Nope,
Oh,
that's all right.
All right, can you hear me now?
There you go.
All right. Andy Huff is my name, Senior Legal and Policy Advisor to the Center for Indian Country Development, which is part of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. It is a pleasure to be here before you today. I know many of you, and it's good to see you all here today. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about something called the Survey of Native Nations. Advance this slide, please. Which is what we call it's a new tool for economic self-determination in Indian country. Next slide, please. But before I can do that, I have to say the views expressed here are the presenters, and it's me, not necessarily those of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis or the Federal Reserve System. All right, now that that's out of the way. So I thought what I'd do is give a little bit of background on the Center for Indian Country Development, because some of you may not be familiar with our work. Then show you some of the data tools that we have on our website, which are very useful in various ways for economic development, specifically in Indian country. Then talk about Survey of Native Nations, where we're at with that survey, what kinds of data are available to tribes with respect to that survey. Okay, so just a little bit about the Federal Reserve Bank. Probably all of you know that the Federal Reserve System does monetary policy, that's interest rate setting. That's for various economic reasons. Everybody pretty much knows that. The bank also does, or the system also does supervision and regulation of banks. Also plays a part in maintaining financial stability throughout the country. It also provides financial services for banks and for the federal government. It plays a role in electronic transactions and things like that. So it's got a lot of roles. One role that is not necessarily well known is that there's a community development role that the Federal Reserve Bank does. This is rooted in the Community Reinvestment Act, which was an act passed in 1977, a federal act, which was supposed to encourage lending in moderate and low-income communities throughout the country. This act was passed in reaction to what was called redlining in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, which was the practice back in those days of not lending to certain communities, mostly minority communities in cities. But also Indian country had kind of its own version of redlining because there wasn't a lot of bank lending going on reservations in this country. So the CRA was passed in 1977, and as part of the Fed's mission, one of its core missions is to encourage lending in low and moderate income communities in this country. And as part of that, we do research into how economies are working in all geographies in this country, including Indian country. So the job of the Center for Indian Country Development is to do that economic research on how economies are functioning in Indian country, what the barriers are, what's working, what's not working, and then provide that research to policymakers like all of you. Next slide, please. So our mission is to advance the economic self-determination and prosperity of Native nations through actionable data and research. We have the core of our group is in Minneapolis. That's a photo that was taken in Minneapolis. There's probably about 20 or 25 folks there that are economists, data scientists, lawyers, policy experts focused in on Indian country. And then in the branch office in Helena, there's three of us working there. So all of us together, we work throughout the country. You may know that the Federal Reserve System is kind of a hybrid system. So there's the Board of Governors, which is the entity that you hear about a lot, sets interest rates, does monetary policy. But there's also 12 regional federal banks, Federal Reserve banks. And they're technically not government institutions. They're actually separate. So I have a .org on my email. So each of those has its own district. We're in the 9th district, but we do work throughout the country. Next slide, please. So this is kind of how we do our work. We go out into Indian country, we visit with communities, but we also go to conferences and other things throughout the country. We gather economic data. Sorry, my voice is going. I've had the bad luck of getting a cold or something, or allergies right before this. We gather economic data. We also do our own surveys. That's what the Survey of Native Nations is about, what I'll talk to you more about. And then we go out and inform policymakers.
Just in case.
I appreciate that. Policymakers with credible, objective research. So we're nonpartisan, apolitical. The idea is that policymakers need hard data and research in order to help them do their hard work. The work that you guys do, for example. All right, next slide, please. So this is our leadership council. These are folks that volunteer and that provide input into our work. And they really help develop kind of the scope of our work, what we do, what we research, what we look at. But they also have really guided the principles by which we do our work. And they represent all spheres from Indian country, so banking, tribal governments, intertribal organizations, tribal enterprises. So it's a really good broad array of folks that we have helping us there. The next slide. If you have a question, just go ahead and ask me. So the CICD principles for research and data use, we developed this in cooperation with our leadership council. And really the idea here is to respect what's called tribal or indigenous data sovereignty. And that's the idea that tribes own and control data and information about their communities. And they can also control and should own, be able to govern and control their own narrative about their communities and their lands. And this is really rooted in kind of incidents in the past, really a lot of incidents with gathering health and other kinds of data in Indian communities where people would go in, gather that data, doing a health survey or some other kind of research, but then like taking that data out and profiting from it in various ways, in ways that didn't really help the community. So what we do is we do our research in a collaborative and cooperative way with Indian country, and we make sure we observe these principles for research and data use. Next slide, please. So we have three kind of big strategic focus areas. We look at access to credit and financing in Native communities, because that's really that piece where the CRA was concerned with, focusing in on bank lending and things like that in Indian country. So we look at new markets tax credits, CDFIs, how banks are doing in Indian country. Do a lot of research and work on that. Then we look at understanding tribal public finance. So that is really what the Survey of Native Nations is about, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But one thing you can see when you're doing this policy work in Indian country is there isn't a very good understanding of how tribal governments work and how they're different from other governments. That is what that portfolio does, and the Survey of Native Nations is one part of that portfolio.
Are these on your website?
Yes, this is all on our website. And there is a QR code kind of in the back of this, which you can use and just take a picture of that and get on our website and check it out. And then the other big thing that we do is close economic data gaps. And this is the suite of tools that we've developed that you can jump on our website and get specific information about Indian country. So there's a whole bunch of them, and I'll show you a few of them. But the idea is that there's a lot of information, economic, demographic, geographic, about Indian country that's out there, but it's buried in a lot of different places. So we use the American Community Survey and the Bureau of Labor Statistics and a few other big data resources. We kind of collect that data specific to Indian country and then make it available to all of you. So that it's not so much work to go out and get that information. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so this is that data piece that I was talking about, closing data gaps. One thing that you guys are all probably very familiar with is that a lot of the data and research available on communities in this country, it tends not to include Indian country. That's for a lot of reasons, like reservation geographies don't match up with county lines or state lines. So a lot of the data that's produced is kind of based on local government or state geographies. So Indians get mixed in, and you don't get information that's specific to Indian communities a lot of the time. Much of the time too, Indian communities, the population is so small, they really get kind of buried in an avalanche of other data. So what these tools do is focus in on available data that's out there already and makes it available to folks who want to research Indian country for any reason. So the Native community data profiles, that's geography based. You can get on that. You can type in a geography like Rocky Boys Indian Reservation or Crow, zoom in on that, and you get all the demographic data that's available from publicly available sources on that particular geography, including housing, education levels, kind of all the basic demographic information. So the next two, Native American Funding and Finance Atlas and Native American Financial Institutions Map, those are really good in terms of economic development. Again, they're geography based, you can zoom in. And what it does is it tells you, the financial institutions map tells you all the Native American kind of surveyed financial institutions in the region. And it gives you information on each of the financial institutions. So banks, credit unions, the CDFIs, all of that. The Funding and Finance Atlas is broader. It includes financial institutions, but it includes things like new markets, tax credits, grants, and all sorts of other federal programs and economic development programs, state and federal. So between those two things, say you want to start thinking about how to develop funding for a project in any country, it's a good place to start because you'll be able to find all the lenders working there, all the kind of programs that may be available to help you, low-income housing tax credits, all of that kind of stuff in one centralized place. And then those other ones are Native American Labor Market Dashboard that gives employment, unemployment data, that kind of information.
And how accurate is that? For example, the labor market unemployment, it's very.
Yeah, so, and that's always a kind of a point of contention. The one caveat about all this is it's from mostly kind of ACS, Census, American Community Survey, Bureau of Labor Statistics. So it's not data that's necessarily coming from, for example, tribal governments, right? So it's all, these tools are only good as the data that exists. We do update it But again, you gotta take it with a grain of salt because sometimes that data isn't accurate. And that's really what the Survey of Native Nations is about too, is that's data that's coming straight from Indian country. So that is, has, I think, a higher degree of accuracy. But the advantage of this stuff is that you can get on these tools. You can look up data on your community. If something seems wildly off, you should let us know. And we'll talk with you about it. It is, most of these are kind of geography based. So if you go in the Native community data profiles and you zoom in on a Native geography, and you get the population, what you're getting is the population that lives within those boundaries, that little geography or big geography, depending on what you're looking at. And you're not getting, for example, tribal enrollment data. So your tribe could have 20,000 people enrolled, but the geography may only have 4,000 population, and you're getting the population in the geography.
So that's a little misleading then.
Yeah. Well, you gotta know what you're looking at.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking of non-Indians looking at this stuff,
Yeah.
and they're saying, well, there's only,
Yeah,
5,000 crows, when we know there's, 20,000.
Yeah, yeah. And so it does, when you get on there, it does make clear that that's what you're looking at. But and again, it's existing data. All right, so next slide, please. So we've already kind of talked about that, but that's the Funding and Finance Atlas. So in terms of economic development, that's probably the tool that is most useful to folks. And it looks at new markets, tax credits, opportunity zones, housing programs. You can get on there, kind of find whatever's going on in your region. All right, next slide. Okay, so the Survey of Native Nations. You should let me know, like, because I could prattle on forever. But Survey of Native Nations. This is a survey that we've been doing. The CICD has been doing, and it's we're in our second year of it. We did a pilot of it in Montana in 2023. We did kind of an expanded version in 2024. This drone thing is really good.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're just in our second year of it, and it's similar to something that the census has been doing for 70 years, called the Census of Governments. And what the Census of Governments does is it surveys all state and local governments in the country every 5 years, and it's kind of the premier data source for information on how state and local governments are operating in this country. It's used for all sorts of things, both by state and local governments, kind of assess their finances through time, to help them with budgeting, all sorts of things. But it's also the data that's available to policymakers in DC for any policy impacting state or local governments. So it's kind of like this basic and very valuable source of data. Now, tribes, for various reasons, have never been included in the Census of Governments. And what that means is that there's kind of a gap in the knowledge about how tribal governments operate. So when you try to find information about how tribal governments are operating, it's not there, really. There's no kind of centralized source for that information. And that's for a variety of reasons, but it can hurt Indian country. For example, when COVID hit or when the 2008 economic collapse happened, there was a need, to get information on tribal governments and try to get assistance for communities in Indian country. And without that kind of data available, it delayed things, made things harder. So the Survey of Native Nations is supposed to be the tribal government version of the Census of Governments, and to be that premier source of information. So what do we collect? Revenue data on revenues that tribal governments are collecting, expenditure data, some non-financial data like enrollment, government employee headcounts, And then as part of this survey and as part of the value back to the tribe that tribal participants are getting, is we compare their data with local governments and state governments that the tribe identifies with, or just gives us to compare, so that they can look at their finances as compared to neighboring counties and also state governments that they're interested in. Next slide, please.
So collecting that data, does that help determine how much the tribe will be awarded for grants, stuff like that?
Well, no, because it's confidential. So basically, and I'll talk more about this, but this survey, the data collected doesn't, it's not gonna be publicly available and with respect to specific tribes. So the product that is created is a report, and it goes back to the tribe, and it's confidential. So what the tribe does with that report is up to the tribe. So, and that, you know, that's an important thing to keep in mind here. If they want to use it for example, saying, you know, look at our housing numbers, they're substantially lower than what County X is getting or what the state spends, then they'll have that hard data to make that case, right? So how the tribe uses it is really going to be up to each tribe. Now, we do take the aggregate data from all tribes that participate, and we do analyses of that aggregate data, but it's not, it can't be disaggregated to identify any one specific tribe. So the tribes that participate agree that their data can go into this big pot of information from all tribal participants, and that high-level aggregate analysis can be made publicly available. So I'll talk a little bit about that, because we've done 2 rounds of this now, and we're just getting some high-level data back from the second round.
How many tribes participated?
So the first round, 5 tribes participated. In the second round, 11 tribes participated. And actually the 11, it's open now on a rolling basis, so tribes can just get in. It's electronic. We did quite a bit of work last year traveling throughout the Pacific Northwest and also in the Eastern Seaboard and down south, to explain the survey and kind of tell tribes about it and how it might be able to help them in various ways. And we talked to about 100 different tribes last year. So we got 11 signups. So it's I think there's a lot of maybe some skepticism. I mean, tribes don't typically just hand their information over to people. They were mostly concerned about data security, confidentiality with respect to their data specific to their tribe, and they wanted to know what's the benefit of participating in this. So the tribes that participated said, yeah, we think this would benefit and be useful to us. So
wait, Andy, what did you guys tell them the benefits were?
we could go to the next slide. Yeah.
Chair Gray, may I ask one more question on
Please.
that? So was a letter sent to each tribe to let them know about their opportunity to participate in this?
What we did was it was kind of a multi-pronged approach, but we actually visited every tribal council in person and gave a presentation. And typically that was preceded by an electronic communication like emails or something like that. And then getting on tribal council schedule, then going out and describing it and then describing the process. And if they decided to participate, then they designated someone and we worked with that person to get them into the survey, get them through the survey. Yep. All right, so what value, going to the question just asked. So there's a lot of things that the tribes can do with this survey. And obviously with assist tribes in developing tribal budgets and programming. If tribes participate on an ongoing basis, what'll happen is tribes will have going through many years, kind of a track of their finances through the years, which could be very helpful with kind of identifying where they need to move money around in their budgets or increase certain areas or decrease certain areas of their budget. So to that end, it facilitates governance and program evaluation, including economic development programs. You can assess your financial condition through time. And this is what like local governments use the census of government for, because they get that information every 5 years, and they can kind of look at their finances going back many decades. You can do these comparative analyses with other governments, local and state governments, compare your finances to these other governments. Provides data for policy and economic development considerations, and also measures, changing characteristics of your government through time. So it's a tool that can be used, and one that tribes haven't had access to, whereas state and local governments kind of, through the census of government, have had that tool. And so they're able to make a case for certain policy changes or whatever, that tribes haven't had the data to be able to make the same case. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. All right, next slide, please. So protecting tribal data, that's really a big part of this project. This is a secure electronic platform. The Fed does do national surveys all the time to kind of measure the economy, see how the economy is doing, see how households are doing. So the Fed's got very good at doing secure data collection. And so the tribes, they wanted to know if we could view this data, is it going to be secure? It's very secure. There's really limited access. It's through the survey itself is a secure electronic platform, multi-factor authentication, kind of need training once someone gets identified by a tribe, how to get into it, how to enter data, which we provide. So, and there's also limited access. So the data is very secure. And there's only a small number of people at the actual Fed that can access and assess the data numbers.
So also I can attest to this because we participated and got an email that I can't even access it. I have to have my lead, who we had our lead provided, he has to show me out. So it's very secure.
Yeah, and then once you get the actual report, the report's 65 pages long. Once you get the report, it's password protected, so you'll have to get a password for it as well, which we're giving to your lead person. Yeah. But of course, if the tribe wants to release the report or do whatever it wants, it can do that.
Yeah.
So afterwards. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. So this just shows you kind of some of the types of graphs and comparative information that's available in these reports. You can see these are like a tribe that was participating would get this information back. Left this column blank, but in reality, that column would be the tribe, and you could compare as against the tribe's chosen comparison jurisdictions. So here we have, just to show you guys, Minneapolis, and then a couple of counties, and then the state of Minnesota. And you can see kind of the revenue and expenditure mix of those jurisdictions. And then if that tribal column was filled in, you'd be able to see how the tribe's finances are different from those other comparison jurisdictions. And what we're finding is generally the way local governments and state governments work is quite different from the way tribal governments work. So most local governments have about 40–45% of their revenues are taxes. Tribal governments is only about 2%. So and we found that in the pilot and in the second round, that the taxes tribes collect are very minimal. And to a certain extent, they make up for that with tribal enterprise revenues. So everybody kind of is familiar with Class 3 gaming. That's one kind of tribal enterprise, but there's all sorts of other kinds. There's federal contracting. There's a number of different businesses that tribes run that backfill that lack of tax revenue in various ways, but not entirely. Like local governments, state governments are still making more taxes than tribes do with their enterprises on a comparison basis. And then tribes have quite a bit in intergovernmental transfers. So that's the 638 money, the grants from the federal government. This last round we did fiscal year 2022 was during kind of the COVID era. So we're seeing kind of a increase in the amount of money that came to tribes through the federal government because of that. And that's reflected in the data this time.
It was a, what'd you say, increase?
Yeah, an increase.
Because that's the iffy part of this. If they see it and say, well, look, you're offsetting, you don't need as much now from us. And I worry about that a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
If this is made public.
Yeah. It's so, you can get, you can get
Showing your cards, like, wait now. hold
quite a
on.
bit of
There's
information.
still a trust responsibility that funding has to be
Right,
still coming.
right,
Just because we are smart enough to offset it,
right,
because you're lacking in that aspect.
right, right.
We have to send Bryce to DC all the time.
So, but then, yes,
Andy, so this is just the local government, not the Indian government, right? In like Hennepin County doesn't.
right, exactly,
There's
but
no
we do comparisons
Urban, the urban Indian,
with other Indians.
because there's no tribe in Hennepin County.
Yeah, those are just local governments.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that's the local government comparison. If you go to the next slide. We also do comparisons to the aggregate findings from all other tribal participants. So, you know, with this round, there's 11 tribal participants, and their participation is not public information. So no tribes know whoever else is participating. And the one thing that they are kind of interested in, we found in some of these tribal council meetings, is how they're doing as compared to other tribal governments and what their finance and revenue and expenditure mix is. So this was the part that they're most, I would say from my experience in traveling around, most interested in. So we aggregate all the data from all the tribal participants, and we, you know, come up with numbers for that. And then we compare that to, you know, the participant tribe in their individual reports, so they can see how their revenues compare to the combined aggregate of all the other participating tribes, or their expenditures. They can see what other tribes are spending their money on. They can also understand better like how tribes are getting their revenues, what tribes are doing taxes or other kind of innovative things to get some revenues. So that's a really, that goes right to your question. That's the part that a lot of tribes really like about this project. All right. We'll go to the next slide. So this goes to Chairman Gray's kind of question about you know, how there's kind of a double-edged sword sometimes with sharing this kind of information, especially the high level aggregate information. One thing that I've seen in my work as an attorney working in any country is I look at the jurisdictional cases before this, you know, with the federal courts. And I do focus in on the taxation cases. And a lot of times, tribes are on the losing end of jurisdictional cases. in the courts. And that's because the way jurisdiction works in Indian country is like a balancing test, and the courts weigh state, tribal, federal interests against each other. And so every case is very fact specific in Indian country. And tribes tend to lose those cases when they don't have the facts. Like when they don't have the data that says the reason we need jurisdiction over, say, this, corporation doing business on the reservation is because X, Y, and Z. If they don't have the data, then they can't make their case in the courts. And then frequently they lose those cases. So that to me is one of the primary reasons for making sure that we have the data out there. But there's all sorts of other reasons to have kind of the high level aggregate analysis of tribal revenues and expenditures. Mainly, you can see how tribes are doing through time and what their needs are. So there's all sorts of other, interesting kind of aspects to the information that we're gathering. But it's mostly about giving tribal policymakers the tools they need, the hard economic data that they need to not only help them govern their own communities, but make the case that they need to in DC and other places on all sorts of policy questions. All right, next slide. So this, we've already kind of covered this, but this was the process that we followed in, going out in Indian country and talking with tribes about this survey. And it's going to be open, just permanently open, so tribes can get in there anytime they want now. And we're going to have a website go live pretty soon that gives all the information about how to, contact us, what the survey is about. That will be live very soon as well. So the idea is to just have it open all the time so that tribes can get in there. We'd like to ideally get it on the kind of same 5-year census of governments cycle, so that all that information comes out on the same basis as the information about state and local governments.
So
yes.
once we receive the report, we have to wait because I think there's things we can update.
No, the tribes, I think, so it's a little, we've got it open on a rolling basis. But the tribes won't have to wait. They'll get their individual reports, right?
But then can we update it as we see things coming online? So
Yeah, for sure. But I think the big pushes, like when we go out and travel in any country, and try to get a lot of people to participate, that'll definitely be like a 5-year cycle, I think.
Because the census always change after a big powwow.
You're right, that thing needs to be updated. Oh. All right, so.
9 months, right?
Jumps a little bit.
We do have some preliminary results from this second round that I can share with you. So in terms of revenues for all the tribes participating in the second round, the basic mix was miscellaneous revenues was about 11.2% of their revenue. Tribal enterprises was about 15.8%. The intergovernmental transfers was about 71.3%, and we think that reflects the COVID money basically coming out. And tax revenues was only 1.7%. So that's that mix. We think it's pretty unique to fiscal year 2022. That was the year we focused on for this most recent round. And then when you look at local governments nationally, they have their miscellaneous categories 29%. Intergovernmental revenues for them is 26.2%, and taxes is 44.8%. So they have a completely different kind of mix of revenues. In terms of expenditures, pretty interesting. All the tribal participants had housing and community development expenditures. That was kind of, everybody does that. Everybody had administration, financial expenditures. Then education and health, very high. Everybody had that. And then from there you get kind of a bigger mix. Most tribes had cultural programming, so language preservation, that kind of stuff, which is different from other governments. And also support for their tribal citizens. But then you get lower kind of numbers when it comes to things like legal, judicial systems, corrections, public safety. That's a real mix. Some tribes have expenditures there and some tribes don't. So that that kind of shows just the different governance priorities of tribes as compared to other governments. So I think that's all I have for you. Is there another slide?
Yeah, there's a few more.
Yeah, so that is all I have, and if we have time, I can take some questions.
Any other questions or comments from Andy?
Chairman, I do, and I think this is really great. Thank you so much for the presentation today,
You bet.
coming here for us. I just had a question about how can tribes' contribution to the state be shown through data? You know, I know we're showing comparisons, but you know, we all have, with limited critical infrastructure, that's one thing, water, sewer and all that stuff. But then we got like stores that are located on borders or even not, like borders of reservations. And like we do like most, well, not all tribes, but a lot of tribes do a lot of their day-to-day shopping and services off reservation. So the circulation on the reservation is very low. So the leakage is high. And so, but yet we contribute to bed tax here today. You know, anyone paying hotel, you know, is paying bed tax and tobacco tax and all these other things. So is there any way, or is that just an internal encouragement to tribes to try to figure out what is their contribution to the states that they reside in? And not all members, of course, live in the state that the reservation is. We've got a lot of members that live throughout the nation. That would almost be impossible probably, but at least for the primary, you know, reservation, I think for legislators and representatives to understand what the tribe's contribution to the state is also very recognizable as a win for tribes to show that to our lawmakers in the state of Montana. But that was one of my questions. And then I just had a side question about just separate, like, do you have any clue what is the best tribal commercial code that you've ever seen in your research? And then also,
are you guys writing one?
we have one, but it's probably not the best. And then also, with this, it's because it's validated data, which is great because, you know, like you said, you use all these federal portals, but they don't always show a true picture. But tribes collecting their own data is really powerful too, and this is an opportunity to do that. But getting data validated so that it can be recognized when you know the truth, but you're still using a federal number that you know is not accurate. I think this is a step forward with that, and I appreciate it. So those were just my comments, and thank you very much.
Yeah. I think to go to those comments, if the survey takes off and kind of people participated through the years, you know, it's questionable whether it will take off or not. But if it does, then tribes will have a ready source of information on the amount of money they're coming into them and the amount of money that they're expending, which does impact, you know, their regions and local economies. So they'll have a picture just through the government lens of how their government is contributing to the local economies. And there's been studies, there's been economic impact studies before. The survey though could make those kinds of studies easier to do and perhaps less arduous to to put together. So it's more of a ready source of information, I think. Best commercial code, I'm not sure about that. But the Fed did some work on kind of tribal uniform commercial codes that have been adopted by various tribes years ago. So I think that's all I have. All right.
I think if you keep marketing this, which you guys are good at,
Mhm.
and the importance of it, I think you'll get more participation too, so.
Yeah.
It's wishful thinking, so I think it's
Yeah.
really important.
Yeah, we're only at the very initial stages, so, I think, just like any project like this, people need to be shown how it's valuable.
Yeah.
And then it'll take off. All right.
Thank you.
very much.
Appreciate it, that was good. Great, Export Montana, who's that?
So we have Angie Dion. I'm going to promote her to panelist. And she is in the Business MT division with us at Commerce. And she's reporting on the results of the Paris Trade Mission for our fashion designers.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. Great. Give me a second to get your presentation up.
Perfect. Awesome. If you want to go to screen mode for that too. There you go. Awesome. Good. I was hoping I'd be able to see it. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. Getting over to Billings today wasn't an option for me. Primarily because I thought I was in Helena. So my bad. So if you all recall, a few meetings ago, I presented to you an idea that was brought to me by the organization TRIA. They're out of Billings. Tally Monteau brought it to me, and she said there a few of our Native American fashion designers were invited to Paris Fashion Week, but they were too nervous and they didn't take advantage of it. And we just agreed that that was a shame. And so I thought, well, we can solve that problem by doing a fashion oriented trade mission to Paris, and that would help them with not being nervous about the travel piece, and also make some connections there. So if you want to go to the next screen, this was a pilot project. We've never done anything like this before. Primarily our trade missions are industry agnostic, but it just so happened that this contractor that we hired in Paris has a staffer who is embedded in the fashion industry. And so we had them meet with all of the Native American fashion designers, and Rochelle helped me get them on board, and they were really excited about this. And so the first thing we did was get them all recruited, introduce them to the contractor, and talk about what their goals would be. And then we hosted a 4-hour webinar that was an introduction to fashion in Paris, how the fashion industry works, what the history is, how they would sell to them, how they can get best prepared for the trade mission. It was a fantastic training, and the companies really enjoyed that. And the whole purpose of going over there was to kind of multifold. If you can go back one more, sorry. To determine the market potential, make sure that Parisian, our research showed that there's a lot of interest in Europe for authenticated Native American products, fashion, not something copied and made in China, but actually authentic. And we found that to hold true while we were there, and I'll talk about what the results were towards the end there. But the gals also, and it ended up being all ladies that went with us. They also wanted to find out exactly what the buying and import procedures were Plus, they wanted to look at potential for finding new materials. A lot of them just purchased from their local Joann's or Hobby Lobby. So they were looking for some different options there. And of course, inspiration, innovation. Anytime you go to another market, it's always good to find out what they're interested in. So if you can go to the next slide, I think I covered some of this already. But as far as the prep work went, on my side, I provided them a 16-page instruction that was travel advice, how to get everything set up. We ended up, they all stayed in the same Airbnb, and I helped them all get their flights. So everyone was kind of there at the same time. We flew over there together, and it worked out great. Then we did a webinar, a 1 hour, well, actually it was more like 2 hours, but an orientation webinar that went over those instructions. And then we had a detailed itinerary. Each company had some group meetings, but then also some customized itinerary for them as well. Next slide. Just a fun slide here. We did travel overseas for the most part together. They had a ton of fun and were really enjoying each other on the way over there. Next slide. We did have a recovery day. I wanted everyone to be fresh for the meetings, but also to enmesh a little bit in the French culture so that when we were in the meetings, they could say, oh, for example, we tried frog legs. Not a fan. But we toured the city to get a little inspiration, so that when they're in the meetings, they can say, oh yes, I visited the soccer court yesterday, or it was very hot, just kind of the things that give them the ability to have that small talk before they dive into business. Next slide. I don't know if you probably weren't following the news, but while we were there, the entire city of Paris burnt down. They won a major soccer championship, and they rioted and looted and started things on fire and threw bricks through windows. So that evening, it was really loud. None of us got a lot of sleep because people were racing up and down the streets. And then the next morning, when we were out doing a tour, there were piles of garbage and things still smoldering in the streets. So it was the full Parisian experience. Every time the 2 times I've been there, there've been riots. So it's I guess it's just a common experience. Next slide. We also walked through the historical part of Paris, although most of it is historical. And walked through a beautiful flower market, walked to the Notre Dame and through some cathedrals. And part of this was, again, to orient them to the market, but also to see what people are wearing on the streets, to give them inspiration and another talking point. Next slide. We also went to the Louvre and toured their fashion displays. So they could better understand the transition that Parisians have gone through in fashion, and get some inspiration too as well. The thing I found that was the most interesting is that they incorporated the fashion into the historical displays as well. So it was really fun to see and very, very inspiring. Next slide. Then as a group, we went on a Seine boat tour. Again, just kind of a team building. One of the things that we discussed as a group was the possibility of maybe sort of a Montana collaborative when it comes to Native American fashion exports. So more of that is coming up. So then now onto the business. Next slide. The contractor is there in the middle. You'll see her, very fashionable. The 2 contractors are there in the middle. They took us to this store called Harpo Paris. It's a very, I think it's a Paris fixture, and it is specific to Native American fashion and home decor. It was more focused on the Plains Indians. That's not correct. Excuse me, the Southwest tribes. A lot of the turquoise and their designs. And so our designers had the chance to, and you can see some of them are wearing their fashions. So they got a chance to encourage this store owner to expand into the Plains Indians and fashion. And it was a very fruitful discussion. It was supposed to be more of a learning opportunity, but before the end of the conversation, the owner there, who's in the jeans on the left, let's go on to the next one because you can see exactly what we did. So we toured the store. You can see the more Southwestern inspired things. You can also see that she focused on having a certificate of authenticity with each product sold, which I thought was really interesting. So it was supposed to just be a presentation, but it ended up our group was able to advise her on the Plains Indian culture and products, and several of them are following up for some buying opportunities. So I thought that was fantastic. It was really supposed to be educational, but it ended up being a sales opportunity. Next slide. We had some coffee there with the contractor in between meetings and just talking about what we learned there and how we can follow up. The French business culture is similar to Americans, only much less direct. And so we were talking to them at this point about, okay, you know, the upcoming meetings, here's how you need to do your presentation. And then next door to that, next slide. We went to this store, and don't ask me to pronounce this. I still can't do it. You can take some guesses as to how to pronounce it. But this really fun store that was a way for each of them to get inspiration and see what the Parisian fashion culture was like. And so you can see they were having a lot of fun. And several of them ended up buying stuff there. So it ended up being economic development for Paris as well. Next slide, but same place. In the back of the store, which we thought was really interesting, they actually manufacture some of the products on site. And so we got a production demonstration. We talked to them about how they source their materials, and just a really good meeting from there. Next, we're on to a workshop. The contractors set up these fantastic workshops for us where each of the participants, they could put out their wares, and then these fashion experts would come through and they would say, okay, this isn't priced correctly. For the most part, they said, you're selling this for way too cheap. You got to jack up the price. This is quality work. This is fantastic. And others, some of them heard things which they knew was this cotton is needs to be higher end to be sold into the Parisian market, or you need to incorporate these other fabrics, or you know, keep your design, but it needs to be less design and more just accents on each piece. So it was a really fantastic workshop. Next slide. Every single organization that we met with ended up putting information on LinkedIn or elsewhere, talking about talking about the meeting and how much they loved everybody that came and the inspiration that they got. So this is an example of that. And you can see them all getting inspiration, talking about materials, learning about how to sell into the Parisian market. And so that was fantastic. Next slide. This gentleman came from, oh darn, a different area of France where there is a gentleman who hosts a campground that is supposed to give everyone the Native American experience. I mean, we can debate whether or not that's real, but he sent a buyer to come and basically make decisions on things he wanted to purchase from our folks. And so we had in this conference room, he ended up going to lunch with us too. So in this conference room, they laid out their goods, and then he either took pictures, as you can see in that one, because he said, yep, we want 10 of these or whatever. Or he said, this is too expensive, this isn't expensive enough, this is too bulky, whatever it is he had for them. And that one was great. He spent a lot of time with us, plus went to lunch with us, so that was great. Next one. We were invited to visit the modern, let's see, it's the Institute of Modern Fashion in France. And they spent a lot of time with us. We ended up staying after hours and getting a fantastic tour. So this is for students. So, you know, you've got mentors and experts coming in. They gave a whole presentation on the history of fashion and where it is now as far as modern fashion. And got a lot of, asked them for a lot of feedback as well about how modern fashion can incorporate Native American design, authentic Native American design. It was a fantastic conversation. And then we toured the institute where the students were working on their projects. And we got a behind the scenes view because these were the top students who have been invited to present at Fashion Week. And so I couldn't get any up close photos, that wasn't allowed, but I could get sort of these big group behind the scenes photos. And so we spent, gosh, I think 2 hours touring this facility, looking at the production, talking to the students about what they were interested in. It was fantastic. The fashion was not my style, that's for sure. Super fancy and very unrealistic clothing, but you know, that's what you got to do to get into fashion. Next slide. After the meeting, we took a group photo here and then they posted about it on LinkedIn. The Fashion Institute was very interested in sustainability and honoring culture. And so it was a great shout out for everybody. Next slide. Then we went to another organization where everybody laid their things out and had people come talk to them about how they would actually sell into the market. So whether it's, are they just going to do e-commerce and get the customers interested in it, or are they going to form a buying group, a selling group, excuse me, and then sell that way, or are they each individually going to try to find an importer? So that was I mean, I keep saying it, but every meeting was so great. Next slide. We went to Aspero, and they're actually an organization that helps designers kind of find their niche when it comes to the material that they use. And so everyone kind of went and looked at all these different kinds of materials, got some inspiration for what they could incorporate into their fashion when they come back home. But then in the middle picture there, the gal that's standing there in the middle facing us, she runs that organization and she loved everyone there. So everyone ended up coming home with 3 or more yards of whatever their favorite milieu. You know, they were just so excited, and everyone was pulling bats of material out and cutting it and throwing it in their bags. It was fantastic. And then she posted on LinkedIn about it as well. The interesting thing about this is with Aspero is Maya has offered to partner with the gals that were on the mission to host them at a trade fair in Paris next January, I think it is. And so the contractor is helping us get connected and make sure that that happens for anybody who wants to make that work. Next slide. Of course, the food was interesting. Some of it was terrible, like the frog legs and the beef tartare, and others were amazing, like right. We had to try it. The beef bourguignon, of course, the bread was amazing, the wines and the casseroles. So fantastic food. Next slide. As far as the next steps go, I mentioned the connection with Aspero. There's another organization that has offered to let any one of them who wants to come to a different fashion trade show to be in the booth with that company. And darn it all, if I can't remember the name of that company, it's something in French anyway, so. So there's about 3 or 4 major opportunities that they can take advantage of. One of those is one of the mentoring meetings that we had was specific to e-commerce. And that organization has offered to help them develop a seller collaboration where they wouldn't be under, say, a Rebecca Jarvie or alternative brand. They would be under, some other brand that was indicative of everything that is available. And so it would basically be like, if when you're thinking Native American fashion, you think Montana, and then you can go into this collaborative and pick which of the Montana fashion designers you're interested in. And purchase from there. So we've got some follow-up to do there. So the contractor is going to meet with each of them individually next and come up with a plan. And then whatever each of them want to do next would then possibly, we give them grant funds to do that. Next slide. So that's how it went. We had a lot of fun. We learned a lot. I would say that some of our assumptions based on the research that we did, what we saw was that European buyers, Parisian in particular, were not interested in Chinese knockoffs of Native American designs, and that it was important that it was authentic. But what we found when we got there was what that means is not that they're going to buy Carrie's ribbon skirts as is, or Elisa's hats as is. What they were saying was we want you to incorporate your design into how what Parisians like to wear and how they like to wear their accessories and other things. And so that was disappointing because of our original assumption, but at least it gave us a better idea of who wants to proceed with this or who wants to just stay who they are, and we can look at other markets. So overall, it was a fantastic mission. It's going to take probably a year to see the true results from it. Because these relationships are going to take time, and if they're going to form that collaborative, it's going to take some time. And then once they form it, it's going to take another period of time to develop the brand awareness. But the success from the mission was what we learned, the inspiration that they got, what we learned about the fashion industry. It's something that they can recreate in other markets. For example, Rebecca was talking about going to the Milan fashion show, but now she knows what meetings to set up and what to look for and how to present herself much better. So I consider it a massive success, and hope to continue to work with them as they individually decide which direction they want to go. So Rochelle, if there's any questions there, I'll have to have you facilitate those for me because all I see is my picture right now.
So I'll just make a comment too, when you said they wanted something authentic, but then having to take it and make it non-authentic because of what they want. That doesn't make any sense at all. And that would be disappointing. But you're taking native design, and then if they don't like, that's authentic. And then you want to change it up so something they like.
One of the things that they said was something like they don't want the whole outfit to be, say, a ribbon skirt, but they would want maybe the sleeves to have an authentic design on it.
Then it's not an authentic ribbon skirt.
Yeah, so that part was disappointing because we really thought it was, these products were in demand and we were gonna sell the products as is. And that's just not, other than Harpo, that first store that we visited, that's just not what we found. So it was interesting. But a few of them said, you know, look, we understand, here's what we think we can do, here's how we can work together. And I think we'll come to something.
Any other questions or?
Yeah, I have a question. Sean Backbone, Crow Tribe. You know, it's, we're kind of, I guess it's what we're seeing is contemporary and where we come from. Crow women are pretty modest ladies. You know, they, even when they put their hair down, they, cover their ears. And, you know, fashion, you have fashion, and then you have our way of life where, let's say, because we don't say nothing about it, but beadwork is fashion. I mean, our way of dress is fashion. And I don't, the part that kind of is getting a little bit of that, getting a little bit of that, then being that over there, you know, it's kind of, we're kind of leaving the buffalo behind. And so if you want to get into the real deal, you know, I think the bead workers, I mean, there's a lot of good bead workers on the Crow Indian Reservation and all of Northern Cheyenne, the Crees, they're original. And their thought and the designs come from them through their mind and whatever was handed down to them by their ancestors. And I think it will be good if an organization like yourself would take these great bead workers and take them overseas and let them see something that is of us 100%. So I think that's kind of the like Gerald said, you know, the ribbon skirt is, I don't know where it came from. You know, but if
Okay.
they want to dress, if they want to dress that old way, there's my grandma, my aunt, she was 87 years old. She was the last dressed Crow, the way we dressed, you know, with the muffler and moccasins and that daily life. And when she passed, there was no more. And so to reinvent, I mean, not reinvent the wheel, but to revisit that, I think the fashion, you know, is beadwork, the where it comes from. I have a clan mother, her name is Birdie Realbird, and she's a Hall of Famer in beadwork, and her beadwork is all over. That something like that would be something to see in some place over there in Paris, where it comes from. I guess where our lineage comes from all the tribes, especially the Plains tribes, where the fashion of the design comes from the beadwork. Some of them, some of the tribes don't use black. Some of the tribes use black beads. You know, it's all different kind of. It has its own fashion. It has its own legacy, their own where they come from. And so, I just want to put that out there, kind of food for thought, FYI type stuff. Maybe sometimes in the future, it'd be great to see that. You know, now I could sleep better tonight.
I appreciate that insight, and you hit on something that we discovered on the mission, was that the beadwork was the only aspect that they were interested in, the finished good as is, and weren't asking for changes. The only concern with the beadwork was twofold. One, how, because they're these amazing pieces, they take a long time to produce. And so these retail stores said to us, you know, if you have a bunch and you can guarantee us that we can get our shipments when we need them, you know, when we sell out, then that's what we want to do. And so there are some things in the works for that. But then they also said things like, if you can do the beadwork, but if you can do it in smaller pieces like earrings or small baubles for necklaces, etc., maybe those would get done faster, but still could stay authentic. And so, yeah, there's definitely some opportunity there with the beadwork. And I think actually there's a sale in process for that. The second concern was longevity. Is this being passed down generation to generation? And once, you know, the current supply from this company, once that person decides to retire, is there going to be someone who can continue on from there? So it was a discussion about, we don't want to just buy one time. It's something that we're going to create a relationship with you and continue to buy from you and your generation, you know, generations from now. And so that was very promising. So thank you for hitting on that.
But how true is that? Because with fashion, you know, fashion falls in and out with different things, you know, longevity, it could change. Like, we're not into necklaces no more. We want blah, blah, blah. Especially over there. Yeah. Any other questions, comments?
I guess my only comment is, I think what a wonderful thing to do and what a wonderful way to introduce our culture and our sense of beauty to a bigger part of the world. So I think it sounds really cool, and I'm glad that these designers got to put their work out there and engage with the bigger market. And I'm sure it was probably really cool and interesting for the French people too, to experience part of our culture and part of our sense of beauty. And one of my friends says that that's who we are as Native people, is we make everything beautiful. When we make it beautiful. So I think it sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Chair Gray, if I could just piggyback on what Commissioner Finley said, I just want to also let her know that it was because of her feedback as a commissioner that said that the tribal nations want more international opportunities and exposure that generated us pursuing this, as well as the summit that took place in Missoula with the students coming over and learning about international diplomacy and business opportunities and internships. And so we just want you to know that as state employees, what you say at this commission has a direct influence and power on what we are trying to do to be responsive to the needs of our tribal nations. And we're so grateful for the feedback that you provide us so that we're following your direction.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, hold on, I take back a few. Let's start over. Lunch ready?
Yes, thanks Angie for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone for your time. Appreciate it.
Like it's lunchtime.
Okay, we're gonna stop the recording and we'll pause the recording and see you guys after lunch.
Okay. We have 2021 Indian Equity Fund recipient, Titus. Yeah.
Did you have something? I'd be happy to. Why don't you tell me what that is?
Can't eat.
Really?
Yeah, especially that stuff.
Really?
Give me 1 second, I'll do a share
Been about 8
screen
weeks,
so
but I
people
can't,
watching
I could eat
online
pasta or sauce.
John has extra bread in his coat.
Sweet bread sometimes, sweet, sometimes that's why I was like, oh, I better try that trail mix. Started to fade there for a second,
Yeah.
so I was like, I gotta eat something, cause I gotta drive home today too.
But I'd
Right?
love for people
Like, I
watching to
just wanted to
see
just
you
get home and go
and
to
to
sleep.
hear you first.
Go home, I
And
said,
let me know if that's
it's been a
working.
long week.
Good, yep, it's
Ooh,
going. And
yeah,
today
yeah,
we're
it's
doing
a long week. Even like if I'll feed down at Tibbet, I was like, oh,
Yeah, 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 check that.
I said, maybe somebody's been good, you know, I like.
And then here, that Huff guy earlier, I said, they're sleeping. So I heard this one.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Titus Tigston. I'm a member of the Crow tribe and luckily to be a recipient of the equity fund. I didn't prepare anything today, so I do apologize, but they are going to at least show my website. And I am available for questions, I guess. I mean, I guess just a little bit. Back in 2020, I was, the engineering world wasn't going very well. So as far as getting jobs and whatnot. So my brother-in-law was a excellent welder fabricator, and him and I decided to go into business together and started up this business. It's called Metal Solutions, and it's been a fun build battle. It's been probably this year is probably the first time where we actually started getting quite a few jobs, getting our name out there. So it was a difficult first few years trying to get our name out there, trying to get clients. So for advertising, we've got, of course, the websites. We do a lot of things through Facebook. Word of mouth is huge. Just being on a construction site somewhere and displaying who we are, what we do. It's tough getting. The difficult part is we're not general contractors. We have to try and team up with a general contractor because they're the ones out there bidding the projects, and we just do one specialized portion of that. So trying to find those contractors that will trust you enough to do all their metal work that's the big step. So we have finally managed to break in a little bit, and like I said, it's been interesting. It's been fun. The award definitely helped me tremendously. That way, I was able to. I had one broken down truck and a welder in the back, and I would rent out a shop. But the money that we received helped us to get another truck, another welder, a little bit nicer looking one. And the times where it was slow, I was able to rent that out. It kept me alive through the portions where it was pretty slow. But thankfully, during the whole COVID, we were able to stay alive, keep busy, especially during the winter months. So, like I said, it was a climb, but thankfully we're still here. But yeah, this is my website, and like I said, we've been fortunate enough to get work and progress. So it's been nice.
Questions?
So do you guys do metal fabricated buildings? Is that what you guys do? Would you guys do like so we just, I feel Fort Peck paid crazy for our steel head starts that we put up, and we're building both of them. Both of them are just right around $8 million. But the steel came from a place in like Colorado or something like that. And do you guys do beams and stuff like that for metal buildings?
Yeah, initially, obviously, we started out pretty small, smaller projects, but as of late, we've started doing some of the structural steel. So we started bidding. We didn't start bidding on those until this past year. But yeah, as of the last year, yeah, we started doing the structural steel. So the buildings that are going up, obviously some of it has to be steel for the foundation.
How do you feel that you guys are priced compared to people in Colorado and stuff like that?
Oh, man, as far as out of state, it's difficult to compete against them because we're trying to bid in and then we have to put in, transportation and, people traveling out there, that sort of stuff. So you start adding that to our bid, and it ends up being quite a bit more than the local person would. So that kind of ends up, taking us out of the game, basically, is what happens.
I know for us, you get points and stuff when you're bidding and stuff like that. So for us, at least being an Indian owned company, you still get those points coming back into it. So, and we didn't have no native businesses that did steel buildings. So that's what I'm saying is, I know we got like 5 other buildings that need to get put up. So, I mean, if I can get your card and stuff like that, maybe we could try to help you out and stuff, because the best thing here is to help Indian businesses. So if we can help you guys out in any way on our reservation, I know that we could try to look into it, see if we can reach out to you guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'd love to help out anywhere. We've tried to get in with, some of the other tribes, through their tarot, stuff like that. And it's, even that's sometimes hard. We're usually, I mean, unfortunately, they're usually like, well,
What's difficult about tarot?
So like, for example, I've tried to talk to various, tribes here in town, and they're just not really receptive when I say I'm pro or native owned, and we're trying to, establish ourselves out there.
Well, if you come to Fort Peck, I guarantee you ain't gonna have that problem. I promise that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Delina from Fort Belknap, I just want to make a comment that now that you mentioned tarot, which was my question. One good way at Fort Belknap, I mean, because we are developing from time to time, but what we do is we ask our tarot office for a list of, say, tarot certified environmental firms or A&E or construction or specific plumbing or whatever. And then they'll send us a courtesy copy of the tarot list. And then we will personally invite on our RFPs. So it is worth it getting tarot certified at Fort Belknap, I can assure you, because then you would be sent out on a list to developers on the reservation from various people, schools, anybody. And then, they would more than likely, invite you to a bid rather than having you try to juggle and try to find that, watch for it when you don't even know it's coming out. So just mention that to you.
Yeah, that's the same with us. We'll invite you to bid now that we know you're around. Because we ask for general contractors like the Ganderson to seek out native businesses. A lot of times they won't seek very far. Now we can say,
Here's this guy in Billings.
yeah, who does this metalwork? Beautiful metalwork.
Yeah, it's nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Jennifer Finley from CSKT. So did you reach out to our tribe 2, our tribal preference office and get on our list? I was hoping we weren't one of the who were nice.
I guess I mean, like I said, initially, we're trying to stay local because
Oh, I see.
anytime, like even as far out as Missoula, it was, we end up out of their price range.
Got it.
So, but I mean, we have landed a couple jobs, Casper, Great Falls and stuff like that as of late. So, I don't know. We're trying to figure out how to get in that, into that route where we can venture out further.
All the Indian discount.
Sure, great. Just a question for you. How many people do you have on your crew?
We have about 8 people right now. There's 8 welders on the team.
8 welders on the team.
So
I mean,
And then when you have a bigger project, do you sometimes add on people just for that project to increase for capacity?
Well, we have like 4 guys that pretty much do most of our field stuff, and we have 4 guys that do our shop stuff. So we we build as much as we can in the shop, basically, and then we go out and assemble it in the field. So it's been working out so far with the size of projects that we have.
Indian Equity Fund, how did it contribute to your business?
So yeah, like I said, I was able to get a new truck and a new welder, and accessories for it. So, just having that, being able to, be on project sites and do things on site versus, you know, working on it in the shop. It's, there's a lot more demand for people coming out in the field doing the work out there than there is just to, you know, to making things, fabricating things in the shop and then shipping it out. Two different worlds. if you will.
How many tribal tribes are in here?
We've had a few come and go, but it's always,
Now.
right now?
Yeah.
Right now, none. But we've had a couple come through. There's lots of turnover, fortunately, in the wildlife world. There's guys that don't come and try it out, and then, but they'll, you know, leave soon after. It's not their forte. But there's a difference between finding a welder and finding a fabricator. It's a huge difference. If you're able to look at a set of plans and be able to build something versus, oh yeah, I can, you know, I can walk at high speed. Okay, great, but can you put something together off these plans?
Titus, could you speak a little bit more to the progression of your company? Like since when you received first the Indian Equity Fund, were there like some successful stories or milestones that you hit as far as just scaling your business to where it is now? Could you kind of speak to that?
Oh, well, progression, I mean, the big thing is trying to find the different avenues out there that allow you to find the projects that you can actually accomplish. We've had a NADC that would, you know, try and help, you know, put our name out there, trying to, I guess, help us. Well, they give us avenues to find these jobs, but it's a different story going out there, actually getting it. Like I said, not being the person that's out there bidding the actual projects has been really difficult. So as far as progression, it's just out there trying to finding the different avenues. And there really isn't anybody out there saying, yeah, you gotta look here, you gotta look here. It's just a matter of yourself going out there and trying to make it for yourself.
Marketing and stuff then,
Yeah, oh yeah.
especially in the city for a native that's marketing and stuff, you know, that's the biggest thing is like, you can open up the business and do everything that you need to do, get the people, have the business, have the great work, but marketing is a lot of money a month. Just to even put your name on Facebook or something else, you know, I mean, some companies don't have that kind of money just to do certain things like that, so.
Yeah, especially the first couple of years when you don't have, you know, you have enough just to keep the water on. You know? But yeah, so it's, you gotta kind of weigh that where, okay, we got a little bit of profit, let's put it into something. Usually it's trying to advertise somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We have, like all of our HUD homes, years ago, the board, they put all the metal screen doors and stuff like that. This would have been perfect for your company, but as of today, we have a community building that we need to put up in Lane Deer, so I'll reach out to you.
They contacted me, I think
Okay.
I put in a bid
Okay,
with them.
okay.
I've done so many lately, but this was probably like about 4 weeks ago.
Okay, good.
They reached out and for the metal portion, I did submit a bid to them, so
All right, great.
hopefully we can get that one.
Yeah.
Any other?
Same with the one in Pearl that's supposed to go there.
Commodity bureau?
Yeah.
Commodity?
It's the location is the old,
Travel building?
the old commodity building way back in the day
Oh, way back there.
by the bridge.
Yeah. The old first building. Good you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
maybe that's one thing that we can do with tourism dollars is to help with marketing. Businesses that are in like reservation communities, cities and stuff, you know, Indian owned businesses, maybe the tourism part, you know, to promote is to, you know, just do marketing, you know, and say, hey, we'll give you $2,000 for marketing and you can use it this month, that month, this month to market your business to be able to help them out, you know, and I just feel that marketing is one of the biggest killers of business is marketing. Cause if
Right.
nobody knows that you're there, and like you said, barely enough money to keep sorry for speaking out of order, Mr. Chair. But, you know, with marketing being the biggest killer of businesses, because if nobody knows that you're there, nobody's gonna come. You know, if I don't know if these guys don't have a casino, or she said she had a casino, or even anybody said anything about Quatucknuck, I would have never known it until you actually went. You're like, wow, man, I'm missing out on the same thing here.
Right.
We looked at pictures that he's seen, you're like, holy crap, where you been?
Yeah.
You know, but it's marketing. But if there's a way to take these dollars for tourism dollars that we have to promote native businesses to help with the marketing aspect, I feel that it would benefit Indian businesses since we're here in state economic development, so.
So Chair Gray, if I could just provide a little feedback for Commissioner Kirk. The tourism dollars have to be towards tourism businesses. So within the tribal tourism small business or the tribal tourism grant for tribal governments, if they are promoting tourism activities, tourism businesses, visitation, then it has a direct link between the funding source and its intended purpose. Indian Equity Fund could be utilized for all other businesses that are not necessarily tourism. And the Tribal Business Development Grant can be used for that too. And one thing that we've heard from those looking to become customers of Indian Country is when they go and they look up a nation's website, it's more of a social services kind of focused, governmental focuses for the citizens. And it seems like there could be a benefit to the tribal nations to consider a more business-minded online presence and utilizing our grants to help develop that kind of a website that is promoting local businesses. It's a place for people to advertise, maybe a community board where they could put up for the events that are taking place.
Is that something the state can do when it comes to having that?
The state can't do it on for the tribal nation, but the tribal nation could submit the request for the grant in order to use the money to do it themselves.
If you don't mind me saying real quick, you guys are talking about tourism. I have a buddy that's he's retiring here pretty soon, and he's got he's starting out what's called Camp Crier Productions, and he's trying to do like local tourism, especially on the Crow reservation and stuff. And I was telling him about what I was coming here today. We were talking about that. And so yeah, we had a good conversation about it. Like I said, he's trying to get his name out there for too. So
because the travel business, that's totally different than his business.
Yeah.
Because it has to be a tribally ran business like the horses or Fort Peck tribes or the Crow, or
Right.
it has to be a tribal business. So he would be disqualified having his own business when it comes to it.
Yeah, that business as an individual would go through Indian Equity Fund.
Yeah, but when it comes to the tribal business fund is what I'm saying, he would be totally disqualified because it's not a tribal run business.
It depends. It depends on how strong the application is to the Tribal Business Development Grant. It is how it's written in terms of how the tribe is going to utilize that money to generate for-profit business in their community.
Awesome.
So if someone puts in and a tribal nation says, we need to do a website that's dedicated to business promotion, and it's for-profit businesses in our tribal nations and amongst our citizens. And they put that together as their submission.
I'm wondering if we can, well, as far as we're concerned, Northern Cheyenne, if we can put it under Terrell, or give Terrell the responsibility to create something for our own tribal businesses. I know some tribes, we're not one of them, unfortunately, but some tribes, like are good at collecting their data. And they actually, did a presentation to us. Wind River has a computer program where everything's entered and they can just pull up like, plumber or welder or whatever. And give
Like
the
a
names to the-
directory?
Yeah, like a directory for. Like a lot of our people are subcontractors rather than, there's not a whole lot of, big time, contractors that can do an entire project. I don't think we have any.
Used
Most
to
of
be,
ours are
be Morningstar
subcontractors.
used to.
Yeah, like
Big time.
Morningstar Enterprises, yeah. Like Chuck Archambault, they used to, they're big time contractors, but, we have a lot of subcontractors that do in different areas. That's one of the things, like with our own Terra program and our workforce development, we're trying to create jobs that are needed locally, and get our kids into trades.
Also, around the tribal business development and
I do have, as far as travel business development, I do have in my presentation, I can touch on that later, but yeah, as Rochelle mentioned, that is a possibility too for funding.
Awesome. Cool, thanks.
I don't know if about our next Indian person.
Next one's online.
Let me check and see.
There he is.
Yep.
Jacob.
Yeah.
Hello, Jacob, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can. How are you?
Loud and clear. It was
I
just a
can't
moment.
see myself, so I can't tell if you can see me or not.
No, we don't have a video for you. We just have, it just displays your name, but did you have a PowerPoint or any sort of presentation?
No, unfortunately, I do not. When I went ahead and accepted the invitation, I let the people know that I'm actually in the process of selling food at a powwow right now. So I just snuck away for about just a few minutes. I'm actually sitting in my camper and I got the crew running the bus. So I'm just stepping away. I apologize for not having a PowerPoint or anything.
Where are you selling food at?
We're over here at Little Shell in Newtown.
Oh, this is Bryce. I'll see you tomorrow.
How you doing, my brother? Good to see you, my brother.
Good to see you too.
So floor is yours, Jacob.
Okay, so first of all, my name is Wohidaga Chandet Tatanganoga, and that translates to Braveheart Bull. And my given name is Jacob William Turcott. Most people know me as Buck Turcott. I grew up on Fort Peck Reservation. I teach there at the Poplar Middle School. I'll be starting my 15th year of teaching. My wife and I, roughly 14 years ago, we saw an opportunity at Fort Peck to sell food at the local powwows. And at Fort Peck, we have roughly 6 powwows right there at home. And we love to go visit the powwow. And every time we'd go visit the powwow, there wasn't a whole lot of food to eat. And my wife comes from a family of people that own restaurants. And so we seen that opportunity and we bought some restaurant equipment and we started setting up at powwows here on Fort Peck, selling food out of a 10 by 20 canopy. We did that for 2 years. We grew into a bus. I bought a 1983 bus. We sold out of that bus for about 7 years. And our old equipment just limited the jobs that we were able to take. My old bus, it would top out about 45 miles an hour, and sometimes I'd get going uphill and I'd kind of rock in my seat to try to get it to go faster. And, you know, so my old equipment is sure limited our abilities. And I was very fortunate to know Mark Sansver at the Great Northern Development in Wolf Point. And my mother, my wife, and I were all part owners in this business. So we decided to get with Mark, and we were hoping to attack grants. And he steered us in the direction of the Indian Equity Grant, and we're really thankful for that. And we went through the application process, and Mark really helped us out with that. I really can't say enough about Mark. He did tremendous amount of work for us to make this all possible. But what I really want to share with you guys today is that, you know, when we received the grant, what it allowed us to do as Turcotte Food Bus was it allowed us to buy a new bus. In fact, I bought a 2011 71-man passenger bus. We bought an 8-foot fire suppression system. We bought a 4-foot grill. So we bought all new industrial restaurant equipment, and we installed it into the bus. And our business has absolutely boomed since we've done that. And right now, here with us at Little Shell Celebration, I have 4 people working for me for the weekend. And, you know, they're all enrolled members of Fort Peck Tribes as well. So, you know, not only are my wife and I, my mother, but we have other enrolled members that are benefiting from the Turcotte Food Bus and what the Indian Equity Grant has allowed us to do. Because without the Indian Equity Grant, we wouldn't have been able to grow in the ways that we have. First of all, my old bus, I wouldn't have made it to Little Shell Powwow. You know, so, and that's just being quite frankly honest. Like I say, I would have to rock in my seat to get it to go a little faster uphill. And, you know, so what the Indian Equity Grant has done for us has allowed us to purchase the equipment that we needed to meet the demands that we're running into. You know, when we first started 12 years ago, we were lucky to sell 100 pounds of fries over the weekend. Since we've received the grant, we have 2 50-pound industrial French fryers. We sell anywhere from 900 to 1,200 pounds of fries a weekend. So I just can't say enough about the grant. Again, you know, without the grant, we wouldn't have been able to purchase the industrial equipment that we have. So I can't thank the help that I received from Mark. I can't thank you folks for everything that you do for Indian country, because it's definitely making an impact. And one of the things that I would really like to share with you is that my wife and I, we made it a goal of ours to buy a home. And in 2022, in fact, July 27th, it was 3 years ago that we purchased a home. So we're homeowners. We own 3 lots that we live on. And to be quite honest with you, the Indian Equity Grant really made that possible. Because with the food truck, the money that we were able to make at powwows, we were able to take that and put that in the bank. You know, with my teaching salary, my wife's salary, you know, we live off that. But with the food truck money, we were able to bank that and save it up for a couple of years, and we made our dream come true. And we're now proud owners of a 4,000 square foot home that sits on 3 lots in a really beautiful neighborhood. And my grandson could run outside and play in the yard, and we know he's safe up there in our neighborhood. So, you know, what the grant has done for us, not only as business owners, but as 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 family. What it's done for us has just had a tremendous impact on our lives. So when I was approached with this opportunity to share with you, I was really excited because, like I said, I knew I wasn't going to be able to have a whole lot prepared. I'm in my camper, but I wanted to share my testimony, from my heart. And this is the Indian Equity Grant really, really has had a tremendous impact on my life, has had a tremendous impact on my businesses as well, but most importantly, our lives. And I think that's the message that I want to share with you folks, is that what you've done for me, I know you're doing for others. And I just hope it continues, because again, my wife and I have been able to fulfill dreams that we've had for the last 29 years. We've been married 29 years, and it took us 26 years to buy a home. And that was a dream of ours. And again, the Indian Equity Grant and what it allowed us to do in terms of our business growth, I can't say enough. So again, I apologize for not having any PowerPoint, but I hope my words carry a lot of weight, and I hope my words help you keep doing what you're doing, because what you're doing is beautiful and it's making an impact in Indian country.
Thank you, Jacob. That's a really motivating story that you have. It's a success story, and it's pretty awesome that you're able to buy a home, all these years based off of this grant. Really excited to hear that. This is, these are the good things we like to hear. For sure. Does anyone have any questions?
I do. Go.
I just have one question, and I forgot to ask Titus this, but years ago when I worked at the college and we were trying to do small business stuff and everything, but one of the obstacles was the financial management part of it. Finding an accountant, a business accountant, or having that skill to be able to do the accounting part of it. So how did you manage that?
Like I say, I was very fortunate. My wife, her mother has owned restaurants in the past. Her sister owns a restaurant in Havre called Char's Family Dining currently right now. So my wife had a lot of history in the restaurant business. Now, in terms of the accounting, I'm not going to lie to you. That's something that we kind of had to learn on the fly. I do have a college degree. I'm actually studying for my master's degree. So I leaned on some of my training that I learned in my undergrad programs, how to manage money, how to keep a book, because we do keep rough books. So we know, last year how much food we sold at Red Bottom Powwow. I could open my book and I could tell you, okay, we sold 800 pounds of fries. This is what we need to order this year. So really the accounting aspect of it all is something that we've learned on the fly, but we've been very fortunate to lean on my mother. My mother was the registrar at Fort Peck Community College for quite a few years. She worked there at the college for 27 years. So she had a lot of expertise in terms of bookkeeping. So when we didn't know things, we weren't afraid to ask, So the accounting aspect, that's something we've learned on the fly. But I like to say that as we've grown up, I'm 47, my wife's 54, and we're still growing up. We still have a lot to learn, but as we've grown up, we've learned to kind of manage our money, rather than getting paid and let's run to Billings and go shopping. Let's put it in the bank. Let's build a nest egg, and throughout the winter, when we're bored, if we want to go to Billings, we have a little bit of a nest egg built up, you know. So it's just something that we've learned over the years as we've matured. You know, we were young and dumb at one time, and you know, as soon as we would get paid, we would run off and be goofy. But it's just something that we've learned over time, and that's just being honest with you, maturity and learning on the fly.
We had another question.
Yeah. Hey, Buck, this is Bryce. Hey, you know, they got this travel tourism small business grant now. That's $10,000. You know, since you're at Powell's and stuff, it opens October 1st. You can go back to them and apply for the $10,000 to put towards your business, and be able to, you know, help out more, you know, but I just wanted you to know that you go back to Mark, October 1st, it opens. It's up to $10,000, and you're at Powell's, you're doing powwow stuff, you know, your business is there, and this is what those travel tourism small business grants for, and it's up to $10,000. So
no match.
And there's zero match to it. So I mean, I would just love you to put in for it, and if you need anything, you can always reach out to me, and I can reach out to anybody here that can point you in the right direction.
That's great to know, Bryce. I appreciate you sharing that with me. You know, one of the things that we had to do to get here to Newtown to Little Shell Powwow is I do own a box truck, but my box truck that too is pretty old and weathered and worn. So we rented a U-Haul, and you know, U-Hauls aren't cheap. So these grants that we could apply for here October 1st, the Indian Equity Grant as well, we were really excited about that because that we do have needs, and that's one need that we do have is a box truck. You know, if I don't have anywhere to store my product, I can't sell food. So I will be in touch with you, and I appreciate you sharing that with me.
Oh, one more question.
Yeah, Jacob.
Yes.
Got Sean Backbone here. I was sitting here, I'm a visual person just like you, and you're talking about 1,200 pounds of fries. Do you do Uber Eats?
I wish we did. Maybe that's something the grant could help us with.
Yeah.
Good one, man.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, again, guys, I just wanted to speak from my heart today and share with you what the grant has done for us. So thank you, guys. I appreciate the opportunity and continue what you're doing for Indian country. Thank you.
Thanks,
Make sure to send Sean a picture of all those fries.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Have a good day.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right, up next, the TJ show.
Boy, those fries he makes are so good.
Yeah.
They're like pulled pork fries and brisket fries. He calls them Piggly Wiggly fries. And I'm telling you, oh my God.
What is his food truck called?
Turcotte bus, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it is so, man. I don't think he was out in Missoula, but I'm telling you, he wants to go to those places. That's what I'm saying. Put in for this tourism grant and go to these places, but I'm telling you, it is so good. I take my animals there all the time. I call my kids animals.
Oh, that's funny. I was gonna say, I didn't realize that he was gonna be our presenter. I would have put it together because I've got some pictures from the Red Bottom celebration last year of his truck and yeah, so and I think you've seen him before in previous presentations. Let me get this going for you here, TJ. Oh. Stop trying to figure out. We end up with occasional surprises.
TJ show, that's
I just have to share a story with you guys. So my family's side hustle is cooking. I mean, we do catering, different things, but, my daughter comes from Crow to sell at Lake, like at least once a week, just different things that aren't offered, like acai bowls.
Oh, yeah.
You know, she does breakfast, there's no place to sit down and eat breakfast, so, it's profitable. My friend Elise just started out with she has a drink truck, or she has a trailer where she sells drinks, like the soda stations here in town. And her business has really taken off, but she does a lot of marketing on Facebook and
Yeah.
Snapchat.
I think that, that kind of business, those businesses also appeal to people that want to be their own business owner and operator. So thank you for your patience here. Just run, I don't know what this is doing right here.
Oh, yeah.
It's great if you move your mouse, is everything like?
As you can see, it's frozen. It won't let me close this. And I don't know what that is. Well, I gotta figure this out before we can go forward, because I don't even know if it's recording the meeting. This is finally the tech room ones. They show up this afternoon.
I know. I did that too.
This happens,
Oh, almost had it.
so, see, I can't even, on my current screen, I can't even get to this. Like, I don't even know what this is.
Can you assist though?
That won't minimize, so I can't get out of that, so I'm gonna have to like go control alt
So this is what she does.
delete.
And so when she comes, it just takes one person. Or just click on Facebook and stuff.
You have to restart.
Possibly.
Take a break.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and take a break?
Just Snapchat and Facebook for now. Yeah, but we'll do this. They'll be submitting a grant, like those will be. We have a big plan.
Oh, it almost wants to keep coming up and back and forth.
Cursor when you went all the way to the.
Well, my, oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
See if I fill it out right.
It's good.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
I'm gonna have to close this.
I can just start again too, because technically.
I need to. Yeah, I need to.
Okay, TJ, don't mess it up this time.
I promise. Those are so sick.
Are we good to start then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so I will provide the OIST update. Also, I will touch on what was formerly known as House Bill 19. It's now in statute MCA 90-1-105. I'll be touching on that. And then also, as some of you have probably noticed, Brian Singer, he's our entrepreneur development specialist. He couldn't join us today. He's actually at Stanford University for their Indigenous Student Seminar. And yeah, really good training that he's at. It's all about Indigenous entrepreneurship, federal policy, tribal governance. And so looking forward to hearing about his trip when he gets back.
So he's off the agenda?
He's, well, yeah, he's still on there, but I'm
I
gonna
know
cover-
he's on, but
Yeah.
you're covering?
I'm covering, yes.
TJ, just say that.
All right, so next slide. Next slide, there we go. So just wanted to start off by touching on some of the recent and upcoming events that my team has been up to and will be attending here soon. The Northern Cheyenne Chiefs Powwow in Lame Deer on July 5th, Brian Singer and myself attended. We had a vendor booth set up and were able to have some really good engagement with some of the tribal citizens about Indian Equity Fund and Tribal Tourism Small Business Grant. At all these events, that's kind of the main focus when we go, is to, push our, funding that's within our program. Also, North American Indian Days in Browning, Rochelle attended that, had some really good photos. Standing Arrow Powwow in Elmo, attended by Marilyn Wilson on July 19th. Milk River Indian Days in Fort Belknap, attended by Marilyn.
Actually, I don't think she attended that.
Did she not go to that one?
No.
That's a mistake on my part, sorry. And then obviously this week was the Native Econ event. Rochelle and I were able to attend. And then coming up August 16th, Crow Fair, Brian Singer and myself plan to attend that event where, yeah, we'll be there just amidst the tribal citizens to tell about all of our programs and Indian Equity Fund. Also, of course, Little Shell Powwow on August 23rd. We plan to be up there and have a full presence, so looking forward to that. We do have some new signage as well. We're looking forward to debuting that, so that'll be fun. And then also any kind of events that are celebrations not on this list. We're always seeking to attend other events wherever we can, wherever it fits in our schedule. So next slide. So I wanted to touch on first here the Tribal Business Development Grant for FY26. It's soon going to be application time for that. And so currently the process that we're in is we're updating guidelines and getting those ready. Right now we'll be in a program review status. And then once it clears that, we'll be sending it to DOC Legal for them to take a review. And then also it'll go to the communications team to ensure that all of our branding is in alignment. And so September 2nd, all tribal leaders and STED commissioners, they will be emailed informing them about the upcoming TBDG cycle. And so we're going to ensure that we, let everyone know about this cycle. We don't want anyone to be left out about when the application date starts. Also, as you may recall, in the May 8th meeting in Great Falls, there was a motion that we create a 30-day letter of intent window. And so we're going to implement that. September 17th through October 15th will be this letter of intent window. And the purpose of it is to, not only for us to be informed about any upcoming projects that tribes are going to apply for, we also just want to be sure that any tribes who have not received this funding in the past, or who maybe have never even applied for this funding yet, we want to be sure they have an opportunity to submit an application and that they know about it. So October 15th through December 17th will be the actual application window in the ServiceNow portal. It'll still be the same process as last year using ServiceNow. And so, yeah, program email communications will be outgoing to remind all tribal leaders of these dates. I know there's a lot up there, dates and everything, so we'll be sure to send out communications to all the commissioners and tribal leaders, keep them informed. Okay, a quick update for what was formerly House Bill 19. So OIS, currently we're working with Commerce's IT team to reconfigure our webpage. And what we're trying to do is create a section on our webpage so that when you click it, it will be a page that basically hosts all links and resources to data resources that are out there. This is still kind of an ongoing project and there's going to be some flexibility here, but as you heard earlier today from, I know Andy Huff with the Federal Reserve and then Carter as well, ITRR, you know, those are two organizations that are working on, you know, this very thing, like tribal economic data. And so, you know, the intention is to work with groups like that to, you know, and then have a place on our webpage to link to those resources and projects whenever they're finalized. So that's currently what we're working on, and I just wanted to provide a quick update on that. This is the landing page, so indiancountry.mt.gov. This is our landing page for our program, and so on the left is a menu of options, and one of those will be, like I said, a page where we can link to resources and data profiles.
One more thing, do you want to tell them about the one pager that you?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Can I? Yeah. Yeah, so this is hot off the press. We actually just received the one pager for our program. It has I guess we can share this, send it around, but yeah, it just has a short summary of all of our programs within OIS. Our plan is to start distributing this whenever we have pop-up vendors at events or powwows. And so we haven't had this in the past. A lot of our program awareness has been through word of mouth and, you know, obviously we're giving out business cards left and right where possible, but we actually have something here that'll help people to kind of get a snapshot of what we do. So perfect. So that's my OIS update. Let me know if you have any questions. I will roll right into Brian's update for Indian Equity Fund.
So I don't know if I have that. Is that a
Okay.
PowerPoint?
Yes, he did
Okay.
have one. It should be.
Will you be sending these out, TJ?
Yes, yeah, we plan to send these out and then also ensure that all of our NAVAs have it as well.
So there is, I think, a board book with the minutes, Chairman, on the STIP Commission page on our website. And so where you see the minutes, there's audio minutes, and since they've gone from video to audio minutes, then there's a new thing called a board book, and I believe that that is the summary of all of the handouts and everything available uploaded in one long PDF. And so like all of our slides from our presentations are there, handouts, supplementary material. Yeah, did you happen to just send that to me?
Yeah, I'm sending it right now.
Okay. Just a moment here. The other thing that TJ and I have, this was just the first iteration of this one sheeter. In the past, our program used to have a kind of a pamphlet, multi-page pamphlet. But now with the use of QR codes, we've requested the next version to include QR code. So it'll be a little bit easier for people to go right to our site, rather than trying to manually enter in that address. Second, so set that as a
All right, so at this time, yeah, I will share an update on our Native American Business Advisor Program as well as Indian Equity Fund. Our Native American Business Advisors and our Indian Equity Fund Small Business Grant, there are two vital initiatives that work, obviously, as you know, hand in hand. They help create powerful synergy within Indian country to help drive economic growth. At OISE, we've concentrated our efforts to enhance NABA engagement through increased direct outreach and as well as some advancements within our NABA and Indian Equity Fund guidelines. And so I'm going to touch on some guideline updates for each program. Next slide. So starting off with Indian Equity Fund for FY26 application. A few changes to the guidelines. There's going to be, and there has been a business plan requirement in the past, but we are requiring more of a comprehensive business plan for this year. We're implementing the requirement for this comprehensive business plan to ensure that applicants have a robust roadmap for success. In the past, I think, some applicants would submit a business plan, but it was pretty inconsistent from applicant to applicant as far as what each business plan contained, and if it really was a true roadmap or not to what they were intending to do. And so this year we will be expecting this business plan to be a part of the application. Also, another change implemented, and this might be on the next slide, Michelle. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so this is the business plan, as I touched on. The applicants, they can consult with our staff if certain sections are not applicable to their specific business. But again, the idea is to create a robust roadmap, and it also helps them to have some buy-in as well, to do their due diligence, to create a business plan and really think about the scale of their business before they apply.
Excuse me, TJ, I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you had applicants that applied and didn't receive the grant and reapplied? I mean, is there feedback given to the applicants for their, whatever they're lacking and then?
Right. In the past, I don't think that's been the case, but we are, that's one reason why I wanted to talk about it today is because, and that it kind of ties into with, we talked about doing a training in Lame Deer, maybe in October, but that's something that we're going to start doing is providing feedback to applicants, specifically those who didn't get the awarding. Like what did they not do to not get the award? Basically, we want to be sure they have that knowledge so that next time they apply, they can submit a better application. So we do have a plan in place to provide that feedback. Also too, I'll mention as well, since Brian has started, we have started doing monthly coordination calls with all of our NABAs on one Teams call. Those have been going really good. A lot of good information is passed, and it's a chance for us to get monthly feedback on our process and what maybe is working or not working. And so that's just one thing I wanted to throw out there too. Brian's been leading those meetings. Okay, another change to the Indian Equity Fund guidelines will involve the applicant financial capacity. So given that Indian Equity Fund operates on a reimbursement basis, we will be suggesting that applicants demonstrate a strong credit history. Now, it doesn't mean that we're looking for a certain credit score in order for them to apply or receive funding, but we are looking for overall bankability, essentially, if they're bankable, because we do have to know that, the reimbursement process, that street works two ways, as far as us, as far as them giving us the documents we need, invoices, and then we provide the reimbursement. We just need to know that the applicants will be able to have that capacity. And so, as you can see here, again, we just want to know that they have a strong credit history, and the purpose overall is just assessing their capacity to make these initial approved purchases. It's operates on a reimbursement basis. There's In the past, there hasn't been an upfront advance payment. But this year we will be doing an advance payment. And so again, we just need to know that they have the ability to have the financial capacity to receive funding. Next slide. And so an additional change to Indian Equity Fund involves a phased upfront disbursement option. So essentially what this is, this new provision will allow awardees to receive up to 20% of their overall award upfront. They'll receive 20% upfront, that is. And so this is consistent with initial purchases for what they're applying for their business. So as you can see, a few bullet points about that. It's up to 20%, and the benefit overall is designed to significantly reduce the initial financial barrier for entrepreneurs, because we've seen where applicants get awarded this funding, but it operates on a reimbursement basis in the past. So they haven't had money up front to go and buy a new food truck or a new trailer or whatever it is for their business. So we're trying to rectify that with this phased upfront disbursement option and the new FY26 guidelines. Slide. And then lastly, the new next change for Indian Equity Fund will involve the match documentation for vehicles and large equipment. And basically the requirement is for vehicles such as this that are used as match, you know, we need to have some sort of verification that it is, you know, what it belongs to the applicant. And it's not just like a picture, they went out in the field and took a picture of, you know, if they're trying to get a truck, they didn't just, you know, take a picture and say that it's theirs. You know, we need to actually see that it's titled to them and it actually belongs to them. So just some vague areas in the past that we're trying to make more concrete, I guess you could say. So okay, so that's Indian Equity Fund. I'll get into Native American Business Advisors. So for this one, scroll down here. Okay, so our NAVA program, it continues to be a cornerstone of our efforts, providing direct, culturally relevant technical assistance and business development support. Some of the emphasis here on this, the guidelines updates for NAVAs will be increased engagement, shifted to monthly virtual meetings with the NAVAs. As I mentioned, Brian has been leading these. It's really been helpful for just synergy, collaboration, for us to gain feedback, for us to impart knowledge to the NAVAs. And so another thing too, we'll be actively attending monthly and weekly community meetings to gain real-time insights. In the past, there hasn't been a lot of direct visits to our NAVAs to, you know, really be there in person to see firsthand what they're dealing with in their part of Indian country. And so that's one thing that Brian has a plan in place to, and we'll be accompanying him as fitting, to go out to these NAVAs and to help them with any shortfalls that they have in their process. And so the last point is that these direct visits and engagements are invaluable for understanding the unique challenges and providing direct support and strengthening individual relationships across our NAVA network. So those are just a few things I wanted to touch on with NAVAs. We're looking forward, as I mentioned, the Indian Equity Fund starts August 18th. The application opens, it'll be open for 2 months. And the NAVA application is actually open currently right now until August 22nd. And so we've been communicating with all of our NAVAs and tribal leaders that, you know, encouraging them to reapply and get an application in. So any questions? Brian has his contact info here. Feel free to reach out to Brian or myself if you guys have any questions with Indian Equity Fund or NAVAs. And yeah, we had 125 Indian Equity Fund applicants last year. And so, yeah, we're trying to break the 140 mark this year. Brian has a goal of reaching at least 140. So that's the metric that we're trying to shoot for this year, so.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry, Greg. This is the line I have a question about. Okay, so like, does every reservation have, I mean, I can look this up. If every reservation doesn't have a NAVA or the designation site doesn't, do you guys make that decision and flip them to some other NAVA in the vicinity or assign a NAVA? Or if they've grant applied for a specific place that they have to stay with that and then still, how does that work when you, how do you catch non-NAVA representatives?
Yeah, they're able to go to, they don't have to go to just the NAVA in their region. They can go to anyone if they prefer. But yeah, the NAVAs are contracted in place to provide that technical assistance for the application and for help with like a business plan or anything like that. So we strongly recommend that they go through a NAVA just to ensure that they have a robust application. But it's not necessarily a requirement, or it hasn't been in the past that they go through a NAVA. But it is best practice to use a NAVA because it's a resource that will only make the application stronger.
But the NAVAs can jump from any, even though they have a contract to do the technical assistance, they can jump to any other NAVA area.
Yes.
Like Browning can help for Belknap.
Correct.
You know, whatever.
Correct.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tribal tourism.
You get to run the equipment. Hello, everybody. Rochelle Brown, Tribal Tourism Officer, Office of Indian Country at the Department of Commerce. Okay, there we go. I knew that was gonna happen to me. So a few things that I hope to go over today in my update to you. If you don't mind going to my next slide. So some of the highlights that I just wanted to remind you all of. We have the IANTA conference coming up. And at the last meeting, the STED Commission voted to have funding from my program support your attendance to this conference, should you wish to go. So we'll be talking about that. The grant cycle dates for my two primary grant programs. I'm going to be presenting to you my budgets and my priorities for the bed tax money from the two sources for which I'm responsible for administering. And I will be asking, I think we have enough for a quorum, I will be asking for your approval of these activities or any recommendations for things that you have questions about that you think maybe should be shifted or adjusted. And then an update on the tribal tourism working groups and the Indian country production, which is underway right now. And then following back up to the ITRR conversation. I put this on my agenda because at the time that I built my presentation, I didn't know ITRR was actually going to be on the agenda. So, but I do have just a few follow-ups on that as well. So if you are wanting to attend this conference, I want to make sure that you're aware of the dates and the location. It's in Choctaw, Mississippi, at the Pearl River Resort Hotel and Casino. Each STED commissioner, with your approval from the last meeting, your participation, attendance, that can be 100% covered by my program funding. There will be, I will operate this a little differently than what I tried to do for the Montreal conference that we had tried to do last year. So next slide. Again, this is October 27th through the 30th. So it's coming up in a few months, and we're in the next section of phase 2 early registration.
If I am registered for all of us who are able to attend by the end of August, excuse me, then we will still get a discounted rate for registration. And in order to be mindful of cost savings and proper use of tax funds, I want to make sure that we try to keep the costs down as much as possible. So please let me know if you are intending to attend and you want me to register you. I'll need to know by Wednesday, August 20th. Please just send me an email, or if you have my state cell number, you can send me a text. I have a lot of your names already programmed in, so if I get a text from you, yep, I can go, then I'll go to the next phase of getting you registered, and then getting your hotel accommodations reserved. Let me know if, not only yes, I will be attending, but you know, I'll be flying in on the 27th, I'll be leaving on the 30th, or I'll be flying in on the 26th and leaving on the 31st. Give me your dates of travel so I know how many nights in the resort you need for your hotel room. So I'll be covering the registration, and I'll be setting up your reservation for your hotel. However, just for my capacity, I'm not going to be able to be your travel agent this year beyond that. So I do ask that you go ahead and book your own hotel. If you need a rental vehicle, there will be a shuttle. So if you want to avoid the cost of a rental vehicle, there will be a shuttle taking people. It's about an hour from the hotel from the airport to the host location. And as soon as you book your airline, you can submit that receipt to me and I can get you refunded right away. We don't have to wait until the trip is concluded for me to provide that refund. But in terms of like the hotel, they're going to take your card when you check in. And so once you get your receipt at the end, you submit that to me, and then I will get you your reimbursement for your hotel, your per diem, mileage, and meals for meals not provided by the conference. Any questions about the IANTA?
So what if we drive all the way, we get mileage?
Gosh, that's a really good question. You want to drive all the way?
America.
It's America. It's one way to see it, right? Well, I got a coworker that just came back from Kentucky not too long ago, so she can understand how that works.
A lot of America you get to see on that. Yeah.
I think that the cost would be about the same, you know, in terms of mileage versus, I think this thing might be going out, but mileage versus airline. So I don't, go for it, man. You want to drive it? Do it.
Is travel reimbursement based on federal rates or the new state rate thingy? So if the actual room cost is 300, but the per diem only covers 200, then you know
it's out of state rates. The state very much is very similar, if not exactly what federal rates are. So those are going to be pretty much the same.
Okay.
Great. So we can go to the next one. So just a little update on the tribal tourism grants. We've got the two. We've got tribal tourism grant for governments, and these are going to be having identical open dates. And then the tribal tourism small business grant. This picture right here is of Johnson's of St. Mary's. They were one of the awardees from this last cycle for tribal tourism small business. And we helped contribute and offset the cost of new washers, commercial washers and dryers at their campground. Once they got those, they ran into a problem where there wasn't adequate water pressure in order to actually have the washers function. So they had to redo their entire water filtration and pressurized system, all new piping. So while we paid $10,000 towards the cost, the grand total of their project had to be closer to $30,000. So we helped offset some of that.
I stayed there.
Did you stay there? Isn't it great?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We hope that other tribal nations will possibly have their own tribally owned campgrounds like Blackfeet operates. This is a private business, but more of those kind of capacity for accommodations will encourage people to stay in your community, be a customer, and stay longer, spend more money. So we hope that more nations will apply for the tribal tourism grant. This right here is one that was Blackfeet from 2022. That they were awarded in 22, they finished it in 23. And this is the Buffalo Calf Campground, just outside of East Glacier. And I stayed there for the North American Indian Days and stayed in one of the teepees. And so this is actually the view from my campsite, and it was awesome. And it was also, you know, you're right there in the elements, the wind, the rain, it was crazy. And I kept worrying about somebody looking, yeah, because you planted that fear in my head. And also, there was actually no cover for the door. I think that's why I got a discount rate. So I took like my windshield, you know, you put it in your window to try to like keep the sun out. So I had to fashion my own kind of reflective door there.
You had a solar TV.
Solar TV, solar operated, yes.
We knew you were MacGyver, huh?
Yeah, try it. The guy's like, you know, I'll make it work. I can find something. But that wind, man, that thing just kept going like this in the middle of the night. That's like, I had to like try to really cinch it down. Anyway, that was awesome. So I hope that you have plans and projects and that you will apply and continue to promote the Tribal Tourism Small Business Grant. I had wanted 100+ applications this last cycle. I ended up with 23, and only 17 of those were actually eligible projects where the person really understood the intent and how much money was available and had sufficient enough materials to get a high enough score to get awarded. So we're going again. Hopefully we'll get more of this next time. Okay, so budget, let's get into some numbers. And this thing is going out on me, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. Okay, so I have to do projections, and based on, and I see that my, our communications department, in simplifying what I had submitted, they combined both funds into this $626,000. So that's actually part of that is STED, Indian Country Region monies. And that's the 0.5% of the bed tax portion of the money that comes to the Department of Commerce. That combined with money that was allocated as a result of SB 540, and I don't have the MCA memorized right now. So that's a combination of both of those funding sources together for this year. So we have some fixed expenses from both of these funds, and these are going, so this is going to contain salary, benefits, technology, rent, you know, copy machine, water, all that kind of stuff for any office that you have is kind of like your indirects. And so those are required out of that budget. And then we've got our annual grant, which is the Tribal Tourism Grant, and the annual grant for the Tribal Tourism Small Business. So those are the next amounts that come out. And so that then leaves around $100,000 left for projects. And so what I have put in here is, depending on who attends and how much the bottom line is for the IENTA conference, then that's about what I'm predicting it's going to end up costing. Could come in less, but I wanted to make sure that I put it to an adequate amount to cover your attendance. And then if this is the question, if you guys approve this, then you're approving another round of event sponsorships. This time right now, I had to lower the amount from 8,000 down to 5,000. And I missed one important piece. I'm being very conservative with this budget because bed tax collection is based upon the economy and people's visitation. It's not a fixed number. So I had to reduce my budget by 5%, thinking that maybe we're going to collect less bed tax this year because of all the stressors that travelers are facing. If things come in better, and I'll know by the end of Q2, Q2, and things are projecting higher, then I could potentially have some additional money that we could put towards maybe, again, supplementing the ITRR surveys so that we can get them to every nation.
or other projects or priorities. So I'll be updating you at the November meeting, what Q1 is looking like and what maybe Q2 projections are looking like, so we know if this number is going to go up, down, or if I'm about right where we need to be on these costs. And then the last thing here are some possibilities, and this is monies out of the 540 funding that comes. So we have our Indian country production going on right now. We've got two companies that are native owned that are out going to events and tribal nations as the first phase of content capturing, photography and videography. So that is just the first part of this project, but the second part of this project is we do have to come up with finished videos by next fall. So we were gonna need more video as well as audio, lighting. So there's gonna be some more money that's gonna need to go to creating these short videos. And then the formatting and the editing, so that this stuff could be cut down into 30 seconds, different formats for an ad campaign that I'm expecting to do in 27. So I'm thinking about what needs to be reserved now to get these things to the next phase of this project. And this content licensing is money that I'm thinking, along with what the state commission has said, can we provide our own material? Is there, don't we already have some stuff that could potentially supplement these videos or this content? That's where I'm thinking we might go shopping to see where other people already have content that we can utilize to piece together, because our 3-person crew of 2 businesses cannot go everywhere in Indian country in one summer. It's just not possible. And so I'm trying to find some additional creative ways that we can piece together material so that the story that we tell visually is the one that you want told, and that it adequately represents your communities and your voice. So I'm asking for your feedback and for a potential vote of approval or an alteration to this budget.
So is that approval on 6/26 or just this stuff?
It's so while you
That
can't,
doesn't add up to that.
right, well, it's plus or minus. What I mean is that number, I think the communications team took all of my stuff and kind of lumped it all together into that amount. I don't know that that's gonna be my actual budget, because it all depends on what kind of bed tax we collect.
Right.
So I'm making some general guesses as to what I might have to work with when it comes to 2026 activities and what they're gonna cost. And so I just wanted to, what I'm asking the commission is if when you see these activities and what I'm guessing are gonna be some of the associated costs, if these are in line with what you would like to see the tribal tourism program focus on.
I think it looks good.
Yeah.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve the projected budget for 2026.
Okay.
We have a second from Sean. Any other discussion? Favor? Aye. Those opposed? Go free, spend away.
Okay, great. And again, in November, I'm gonna update you as to where we're at on all of these, and we'll all have a much better idea of our cost of IANTA conference and where we may end up with a little bit of funding that we can put towards something else, another idea that may be generated from the commission. And so the next one is very much the same kind of thing. We're moving into what I'm projecting for fiscal year 27. If you don't mind going to the next slide.
Yeah.
Great, perfect. This one it's projecting potentially a little bit more in bed tax. But no, sorry, let me rephrase that. It's actually the fixed costs are expected to go up because of built-in, Mackenzie, if you wouldn't mind, is it inflation? we're expecting like some of the, we had some changes, and so some of the costs for running the department have, like losing a commission and some of those costs that were spread over that commission.
Well, and it's coming out of Department of Administration, so it's.
Right.
Out to all agencies.
It's out to everyone's having to absorb, I think, a slight increase.
Yeah.
And I even heard on the news that, healthcare premiums and stuff are expected to be going up.
Correct.
And so we're just making our best guess at what some of these costs are, and as those go up. Grants stay the same, you know, it's around 120,000 for the tribal tourism annual grant and 240,000 for the tribal tourism small business grant. Although I am concerned, if I don't get at least 24 sufficient quality submissions to my tribal tourism small business, and I go another cycle at not funding at the 240, then the legislature in the next session are gonna wonder why are we putting this much money towards it when we're not getting that many submissions? And so it'll be really incumbent upon me to increase the outreach and to let people know that they need to come and apply for this program. Otherwise, it's not going to be shown as viable. And I think the best way for my position with the limited resources that we have is to build this from the ground up and to try to build businesses one small business at a time in this industry until we can attract more bigger investors at a higher level, more grand employment scale. So same thing, event sponsorships, 5,000 a nation. If you guys are in support of that, again, if more money presents itself, we can issue more and go back up to the 8,000. But I'm just trying to be conservative here, because if you guys decide you want to go to IANTA again or another conference in 27, I wanted to keep that money in there for us to get out there and to network and to advance Montana's tribal tourism at more of a national or international scale. And then this is specifically for printing that guidebook and getting an ad campaign. So these new materials, we can get out and publicize and promote them for 27.
Good. I'll make a motion to approve the 27 projected budget.
Motion. Second. Vote. Any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much, and I think we're just about done. So moving forward with this Indian country production, as you know, I had the opportunity to come to 3 tribal nations. I still have 5 more I need to get to, and that is just gonna start kicking up right after this. Now that I'm getting some of these trips and stuff behind me, it's following up with those that I sat with and met with, and confirming who is gonna work with me on developing the scripting for your nation, the who should be interviewed in the future video interviews. Also showing you what we have so far, what the early imagery coming back from our current deployed team is looking like. Identifying additional stuff that needs to be captured through next summer. So there's plenty of work to do, but we still have a year and a half before our stuff is going into market. So I still feel like it's possible to get these working groups going and get the kind of meaningful consultation and direction from each tribe to make this happen. So any questions about this so far?
Safe travels.
Thank you. Okay, I'll stay on it. And then let's see, yeah, the team has gone so far to Brockton, Arley, Browning, Rocky Boy was last weekend, and they are planning to be in Hayes this weekend. And then I gotta check back on their schedule because I believe that they're going to be at Little Shell for your powwow. They're gonna be at Crow Fair. So Crow Fair, then Little Shell. And then we did have a meeting with Northern Cheyenne and their Ashland celebration, which I believe is over Labor Day. And so that one, we're hoping that they're gonna be able to get that into the schedule
And we will have captured all nations, at least one event, for the beginning of this production material and content. So I think I just have one more. Great. So one other thing I wanted to do is just follow up on this, these two parts of this data research. When this came to me from ITRR, that the TAC had approved this data collection and survey project, and that they wanted to get out to Indian country, I really felt it was important that they came and presented to you. This is where the relationship between the Tourism Advisory Council and the STED Commission is a very important relationship that you have. It's in statute. And it's important to emphasize why Indian Country Tourism Region as the 7th region matters. And that we still are lacking sufficient representation from Indian Country on the Tourism Advisory Council. We only have one person representing when we have a second seat that, since I've started, has not been actively engaged. It's a leadership position on the Tourism Advisory Council. There's also nothing preventing an Indian Country representative from requesting to fill another seat, like the vacant Glacier Country seat or the Yellowstone region seat. So there are, whenever those positions come open, representation from our communities can absolutely submit to the governor to be considered for appointment. So in the meantime, that leaves one tribal rep on that board to be making decisions such as this. And so the more that the STED Commission and the Tourism Advisory Council maybe come to each other's meetings and get familiar with each other, then you can help to inform not only the Advisory Council, but also the other regions, and encourage them and show them ways in which the other regions can promote your nations. And I know that Commissioner Backbone, he may still be on the board of directors for Southeast Montana. I think that really helps for that representation for the southeast corner for Crow to be represented there. But that doesn't mean that we can't do more. And so where you think it's appropriate, just be mindful of those board openings and think of those that are in your communities that you think are good advocates that could be a strong voice and be a collaborator with our non-native neighbors and regions.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Do we have Olivia?
Yes.
She's actually gonna be talking.
Oh.
You know,
She looks a little different too.
Yeah.
I think Olivia is on, but I'm here to talk to you in person. You guys, I don't think it'll look as pretty as the other one we're looking at, so don't judge us too much.
Yeah.
Here we have
Different.
different one, a different TV.
Oh.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just online today.
Hello, my name is Josh Bennett. I am a business resource specialist for Business MT for the Department of Commerce. I'm working with Olivia on a new loan participation program called Opportunities in Rural Economies. Actually, I should probably. So, brand new program. As the last speaker, I know what you guys are thinking, so I'm going to keep this fairly brief. But basically, this new program has, as it is in the title, a massive focus on rural areas. Rochelle, give me that map. I'll bring it on the screen.
Yeah, thank you.
So just to show you what we mean when we say rural, because we know there's a lot of definitions out there. Federally, we're all rural or frontier. For the Department of Commerce.
You just keep on
We have a
going, just keep on
definition. So-
dancing for me.
talk about that. So basically, this loan program coming up, there is no minimum loan request. Our maximum is $2 million. It is a participation loan, so there is going to be a lender side to it. But what we're going to do is try to make it as easy to access as possible. So it does not have as many, there's no real project requirements or restrictions. Basically, if something's illegal, we can't fund it. Yes. It really,
It's a good thing.
right. And it really can be used for passive real estate, but otherwise, equipment purchases, working capital, refinancing current loans, anything that can be used to create workforce development opportunities, childcare services, job creation, relocation expenses, building acquiring. Almost any project that we've come across has been somewhat eligible. For scoring factors, again, going back to the title, the main, well, this is our website that we're looking at right now. We have just updated it recently. We will continue to update it as more information comes in. If you want to go with the loan participation program one.
Okay.
This is our main website, Office of Commerce. The loan participation. What we're trying to show is the rural urban map. We will get there. But
Do you want me to put the map up now?
if you could.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, this, so actually, so in that, where she was just scrolling.
Let me go back.
And also, yeah, if you can scroll down a little bit. We are going through the administrative rulemaking process, so once that's finalized, I believe public comment is next Thursday. So once we're done with that, this will be updated again, but this, as we scroll down a little bit.
Okay.
Before you go to the map, so it has our purpose, more about the ARM, and then it has our guidelines. You can click on that, are posted at the bottom of this section is contact information for Olivia and myself. If you have any questions on the OR program, feel free to reach out to one of us, and then we will be, writing that accordion there. There we are, and then at the moment, some of the other accordions are bare because we're still working on forms, we're still working on training. Those will be filled in as we get them. The guidelines are up, which if you go to those, we'll get to that now. And the one sheet I just gave you has uses for it, what it is, what it isn't. One aspect of this that is a bit different from other programs we've done is we are highly encouraging borrowers to work with an economic development organization for the application process. The initial application can come in from participating lenders, from NABA, from any economic development organization. Once that preliminary application has been approved by our committee, then there's what we're calling the comprehensive application. That's when the lender information comes in. And that is when a borrower must work with an economic development organization. Sorry, my apologies, an enrolled economic development organization. They do need to execute an enrollment agreement with the Department of Commerce to become part of the program. And then those EDOs, or enrolled EDOs, are going to be providing technical assistance for the borrowers in finalizing the application and then throughout the life of the loan. So working with lenders, reporting to Commerce so that we can gather the metrics. So that is something a little different, is the involvement of the economic development organizations. In your guys' case, it's probably most likely going to be NABA's. Which we're talking with them. I think TJ, is it September 8th is next one?
I think so,
right?
yeah.
So in the September meeting, we're going to be presenting to them about their role in the OR program. So our guidelines, one of the scoring factors is a basic sector company, which is any company that derives the majority of its income from outside the community. Hotels, restaurants, anything that isn't a permanent fixture, which can be argued most businesses count under basic sector, especially in any tourism area. But we're also looking at, for the scoring rubric, does it create jobs? What's the community impact? Is there a workforce development component? But the big one, worth 15 points overall, but all the others are only worth 1, is rural. So it's right at the bottom of the definitions, I think. So it talks about what our definitions: jobs create, jobs retain, the committees, who a participating lender is. They will have to execute a lender loan servicing agreement with Commerce to be a participant in the program. Once they've done that and we've gotten through the application process, our participation portion alone will go to that lender, and then we'll be managing all of the funds. we're not direct lending in this program. There we go. So to determine if it's rural or not, which, spoilers, most of us are rural. But this has been reworked. So basically the dark green is not rural. And everything else is considered rural for our purposes of this. So most of the state is going to be considered rural for purposes of this loan program. So, yeah, this amazing method to people up in the RIS department, Dave Ritz, I'm just going to call him out every time I can because he's awesome. Put this map together for us. All the crazy things we came up with to ask him, what if you do dotted outlines? Can we make it blue? Yeah. So.
Oh, so this is still work in progress?
No, this one's finished for the moment. We will have an updated one once we get.
Well, why some county lines and some not?
So it's kind of a combination map. So this is actually Coal Country, which we use for the feasibility and planning grant that was also part of award. That has been, the first round has been completed. So yeah, so that's the only difference is that was Coal Country because applicants did get extra points in that program. There's not something special for OR, but we decided to just have one map to make it easier for people to find. So other than that, for the OR loan participation, those can kind of go away. So the important parts are them. And there is a feature where you can put in an address if you're curious how close you are to those limits. And it will tell you.
Oh.
And I will say, we are certainly accepting applications from anywhere in the state. But it is an extra 15 points on the scoring rubric if you are outside of these areas. So if we only get one application ever from the middle of Helena, we have a pretty good chance. But we really are trying to focus on the areas that we have not seen many applications come from in the past. So, and eventually we will have a map that will include our enrolled economic development organizations, so you can see what areas they cover and also where the participating lenders are. So that is a work in progress until we actually have some names.
Do you have any tribal?
We don't have anybody yet.
Okay.
So they are on our list. We're reaching out. This is kind of our first big, hi, this is the new program. We talked about a little bit at META, but we've updated it a lot since then. So nothing yet, but we definitely want everywhere that we can to go.
Okay, so what current businesses are there that?
For
your current applicants, or is this?
nothing yet.
brand
So
new
this won't
business
open
just
until
came up?
October 1st.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's that?
First time it's under administrative rulemaking yet.
Yeah, so we're still doing the administrative rulemaking, so it's not quite finalized. Our plan, we're opening it October 1st for the application cycle. We don't have, I don't want to give you a firm date for the enrollment of the other two because we are still waiting on the ARM process. But we are hoping very, very soon. Those lists will just continue to grow, and we're going to continue to do outreach to any lenders or economic development organizations that we can think of to try to get them part of the program.
And I'll jump in real quick as well, you guys, to say that we will accept applications from economic development organizations through the life of the whole program. So if at any point you're engaging an organization that fits our EDO definition, they can come apply to us. So it's not ever really too late. And then when it comes to turning a decision around, within 3 weeks, Josh and I and Mackenzie will have the application to be an enrolled EDO reviewed, a written formal notice out to the organization, and then their contact information on the webpage, and to Josh's point, an additional resource map. So please do, if you're speaking with anybody and they're interested, connect them with myself or Josh, and we'd love to explore how they can come and be a proponent and a facilitator in this fund.
Yeah.
Questions? Any more?
So short and sweet, trying to keep it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We're very excited about it. Say we're excited because we're able to offer funding for what we don't do projects that may have run into barriers in other programs. You know, SSBCI, State Small Business Credit Initiative, fantastic program. A lot of stuff to fill out for it. Our automation program, which was very successful last year, but it was for equipment. So this can be equipment, it can be for anything, so we're excited to be able to offer this.
So I just wanna make sure so that I can help, for those that contact our department, asking questions and stuff. So there's a commodities building project. It's a public good, it helps to sustain the community, but I think it's a nonprofit activity. Is that something, that could potentially get funding
Potentially, yes.
through this? Right, okay, so it's about the.
If
kind of-
it's, yeah.
Well, it's rural, provides
Rural.
jobs.
If it's, it kind of depends on who's bringing it to us.
Yeah, okay.
We've had questions about can a community itself, organization bring it to us? Potentially, but the tricky part is there still has to be a lender involved who's willing to hold the note
Okay.
on that loan. So if there's a yes, then we can absolutely look at it.
Mhm.
And we're happy to answer questions as they come up. We're still, every time we talk to somebody.
You learn
somebody
something
says,
new.
What about this? I'm like, oh, never thought that. Well, I mean, sure, that's the beauty of this, is it's very flexible.
Yeah, that's cool.
We can say, oh yeah, that absolutely works.
And like definition of lender is very, strict. So like, what about the tribe's investment board?
So basically, if they can look at our lender servicing agreement, and that is something they
Give it
can
a shot
execute.
anyway, right? Okay.
Yeah.
all right, That sounds good.
So that'll be the main limitation there, because we know there will be economic development organizations that look at it and say, we just don't have the capacity for that. But we're happy to send borrowers to you, we're happy to receive them. So same with lenders, we're actually working with credit unions more on this one. We're reaching out to try to get them involved, and some have said, I just don't know if that's gonna work for us, but we're happy to make that connection and relationship with them. Hopefully in the future it might. Anything else I can answer?
Appreciate it.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep it up, that website, as I said, we'll just keep updating as we get more.
Cool. Thank you so much.
And we'll make time to send you.
Yes, yeah, the PDF for that.
One of
Yep.
us will send it to you.
Sounds great.
Okay, any other business? Josh brought us right back into time. Adjourn? We're good?
Do you have to have a motion for that?
Sean moves.
Second.
Set for a second. Good seeing y'all.